Let's get started. Demo first of user and block management system with authentication and authorization using Blazor assembly and .NET Core Web API. And here you can see I have that admin features which have that user list of that admin where user can manage, and also we have that add roles, so user can add roles as well, whatever roles we want to add. And then if I move it to block list, block feature, so it's have a block management system as well where we can manage blocks, right? And also we have the author list and block list, right? So if I logged in, so see, if I logged in, so then I am able to see those features like admin and user feature block features, right? And then if I logged out, if I normal user, so definitely I am not able to see that admin features. We are able to see only just block feature, but also we have some restricted things over here, right? So let's see how it's working without logged in user. So logged out first. Okay, so create a new user over here using the register click, and here I'll just use a demo user. Let me add this demo user, and then here I just set my password, and then re-enter my password, and then registered. Now see, I just create a new user, and once I try to logged in, let me logged in that user. So what I set my demo user, and then here let me add my password. Now I'm logged in. Once I logged in, so I am see that login in user with this logout options, and also see in right hand side, left hand side, I'm able to see this section and this other section, right? So if the logged in user able to see only this, these features which I set it over here, and also they are able to see that block features like blog feature, right? And then once I click that blog list, now see they are able to see also that this blog management system. But here some restriction, because this user only just create a new user, but they don't have any roles, admin roles, right? So only admin can do that, edit and add and delete. So let's show you. Once I click add, now see, if just normal user try to uh, do add new blog, so they are not able to do that, right? So what they can do, only they can just view whatever blogs list, they can just view, or just also just details also they are able to see the details as well. So whatever the details, right? So they only just can see only these things only, right? And then if I go back, so if I trying to something delete, so they are able to see the delete confirmation box, but there is a no that confirmation with the yes options, right? So they are not able to delete as well, and even also they are not able to edit as well, and not able to add as well. So like that actually we have just managed. And uh, then logged in with this, let's logged out and just logged in with this user, with admin user, right? So what is my admin user? Let me add my admin user over here and just logged in. And once I logged in, now see I am able to see admin features along with the block features. Now just try to let's just try to see whatever user just newly created, that is over here or not, right? See, this is new user has been created, but this they don't have any user. So admin user only can allow this, assign that user and update this information. So once I click that here, so they are loading the data, whatever they current loading the data, right? And also I can just update their phone number, and I will assign this some roles over here. Like for example, I will add this, new this guy I have just adding this multiple all the roles I'm just assigning over here except this finance. Okay, and then update. So once I update, you are able to see over here, so whatever roles I just added, they are able to see their roles, right? So like that actually you can manage your user management system, as well as if I want to delete, so also I can delete as well, right? So like that. And once I go to that blog features, and before that blog feature actually there is a one more feature, and add roles, right? So there's a now current system I have these roles, but yeah, if I want to add some more roles, for example my roles, right? Or just I'm just adding just something, for example, and then once I add, there's a user can add multiple roles as well, like for example my roles and my another role, right? My another role. And once I add, so see, and if I trying to same role we trying to add over here, So already exists, it's saying, and it is will be blank. And whatever roles we have, if I want to remove something, so I can remove as well. If I want to add role something, so also I can just add, right? And once I submit, it will just edit, API call will happen, and then it will save to into our database. So like that, actually, user management system, complete user management system over here, and also block management system. So now check that block management system feature as well. So if I go to this block list, so I'm able to see that block list. And if I want to add new blocks, so for example, I want to add something, blog management system, right? So blogging, and then I just add the description of that blogging and just create. So once I create, I'm able to see this new blog, as well as once I just click edit, so I just can edit blog with Blazor, right? Blogging with Blazor, and description will be like updated. And once I update, now it is updating as well, right? And once I try to delete, so it will show me that delete confirmation box with this yes button. And once I add, so it should be delete. And so like that, actually, we can just implement our blogging system, as well as that our user management system. So this will be actually implement in this complete session, right? It will take some time, but yeah, it's have a, it will actually it will create complete management system, like user and as well as that block management system. One more thing actually over here. So client side, we have using Blazor WebAssembly, standalone WebAssembly project. And here backend, I am just using .NET Core Web API. And here we have just implement many API endpoint over here. It says blogs, identity, API, authentication system, where actually we have that many things, right? So those are things we will implement. Everything we will implement over here. And we actually, ideally, we have used all that features over here. For example, we using a standalone Blazor application, and then .NET Core Web API, Identity Server, EF Core, SQL Server, menu and submenu. Also, we have implement quick grid. We have implement, so many things actually we have implement here. So before proceeding implementation, I'm especially recommend, if you first time visit my channel, so go to my .NET real world example, and here you can just check many other stuff also. Like for example, if you go to the playlist, so you will see many things actually, AI things actually. I just created many session, authentication and authorization complete session over here. And also Azure deployment, Azure functions, mobile application deployment, and then clean architecture. So many things actually, if you want to learn, you can learn over here. And just start for moving implementations, go to that Visual Studio and create a new project. Choose ASP.NET Core Web API, and create next, and choose any name. For example, I'll choose authentication, right? And choose next. Choose whatever the latest one. I just use the .NET 8 using that default settings on all. Create. Once you create, you are able to see the default web API template over here, which we can provide. They can provide weather forecast controller, and one more things over here, right? This is the get for the weather forecast, right? If you run this application, so it is simple. One endpoint they provide, right? Once you execute, you will get the data, right? So what I need to do, let me close this, and let me remove also this guy. Let me remove this, and also remove this guy, which is dependent on that controller. Okay, so now I will do that from the scratch, so that you can understand, right, how we can achieve that. So in this case, first what I need to do, simply I have to actually import one package. So go to that manage package manager, right? Go to the browser, and here I have to add one package that is called search for Microsoft .NET ASP.NET Code Identity Core Package. Okay, this is that one, right? I'll just show you in a zoom in mode. So this is one package which we required for implement identity. And once I installed, now it's installed, right? So once installed, what I need to do next, I just add a 1 DB context over there. So let me create a db context. Let me create a one folder over here, for example data, and here I have to add the db context. So what would be the name? Name would be whatever name you want, so you can just add it over here. In my case, I just add this guy, identity db context, add. And once I add identity db context, right, so let me add this guy, and this is one. And once you add, and just you can get this, one generic method over here, right? So we have to pass identity user, right? So here's the way actually. If you want to default uh, class, so you can pass it, but yeah, it is a generic base, so you can use your own class as well, which we can modify our further. So don't worry about that. As of now we'll use the default one, but later on, once we are using the custom authentication and authorization, definitely we have to record to change that. So that time we'll change it over here. And now simply again, as of now, whatever we do and previously for the db context things, that we have to do that. Simply I have to create that rest of the things like db context option, pass it your db context name, and create a variable, and here just create a base and pass it to the as a options, right? This is done. Now this is sufficient for this configuration. Like once we have done for in our db context using that identity server, so it will create the default tables and all, right? Whatever the default tables, right? Don't worry about that. I'll show you like what are the tables actually they will create it. And if you want to additionally add your things also, you can just create your entity and you can pass it over here, so that whatever additional tables, if you want additional entities, so that also will be added. So don't worry, I'll show you that one also. Let me create another tables. For example, create a entity folder over here, entities, and here inside this entity what I will do, simply I'll just create a blog, which is my favorite entity, blog entity. And let me add few properties over there, for example this and this and this. As of now just leave it that, right? And go back to your db context. Here simply what I need to do, simply public, or just create a property, for example like that, and create a db set and pass it to your blog entity over here, and create a logs like that. So it is just for that understanding perspective. Like see, if we create a identity db context, so it is not only just defined only our identities tables will be created, we have to record for additional entities, so that also we can just uh, we can create actually, right? So that's why I just show you. So like this way we can create identities tables as well as whatever way our tables, right? So let me create that. Once it's done, what I need to do next I have to go to configured in our program.cs file, those things. So let me go to there, and here what I need to, here like after this builder, what I can do, simply I have to add builder dot services dot add db context, and here you have to pass whatever your db context. So what is my db context name? My db context name is this identity db context. And inside this db context, what I can do, simply options, pass it that options using the lambda expression, and here that options dot, you are able to see your provider, right? So what is my provider? My provider is SQL Server or others, whatever things. So as of now we don't have that that provider over here, provider extension. So what I need to do, I have to add those things as well. So first let me just configure that, and then we'll use that. So where I can configure here, so you can use your provider. Like I want to use SQL Server, so I can use the SQL Server, and here I have to pass our connection string. So configuration dot get connection string, and here you can just pass it to your connection string name. So as of now I don't have created, but yeah, I will create it little bit later. So what would be the connection string name? Identity connection string, right? So I think that is fine. And we have to import, first let me import this namespace, right? This is coming from here, but yeah, this guy is coming from that package. So let me add this package first. Go to that again, package. You get package here. I require that entity framework SQL server. Use this guy. Apply, accept. Now once it's done, go back to here. Definitely you have to bring that namespace C using entity framework. So once it's done, so now this configuration has been done. Whatever your DB context, so that we have to just register over there. So this is our first step. So what is that next step? So next step would be whatever our identity server, right? So that we have to configure, right? How we can configure that? After that, what I need to do again, just builder dot services dot here I have to add some additionally configuration. So add identity. So see this one, add entity API endpoints, right? So this add entity API endpoints actually add our identity user. So whatever our identity user, we can specify over here. So identity user, this is my identity user, right? And let me add this. And then after that, actually there's a, if you I want to add some roles mechanism so that we can use, but yeah, in this case, in this session, we have to not using any authorization, we have to managing authentication. So in upcoming session, right, so that we can manage that add roles as well. So yeah, we can leave it as of now, right? And once it's done, what I need to add, I have to add entity framework store, actually which is our DB context we are using for entity framework store, right? So that we have to mention over here. So what is my entity framework DB context? This is my DB context, right? And simply close that, right? So this is another step which we have to configure for this all the endpoints, which I'll show you in the demo, right? So that is done. Once it's done, so that is sufficient, I guess, for over here, right? So what I need to do further, one last thing actually we have to configure for this identity, which is coming inside this app, right? So after this app we have to add one middleware, right? So app dot map identity API, so which is actually refer by which identity user actually we have to use. So this is that one, right? So this identity user API we have to set in our configuration, in middleware configuration. So that is done, right? So these are things has been done. Now what I need to do, once you complete your configuration, you have to add your connection string, right? So go to that application dot settings here, you have to add your connection string. So let me add this connection string. What is that, our connection string name? So this is my connection string name. Just make it over here and then pass it to your connection string. So my connection string would be this, but it is dependent on your machine. So I actually configure now a SQL server instance. So that SQL server window authentication, we have to make it over here, like data source is a local server, and then catalogs we can add, for example, identity API, right? DB, and integration security and all, whatever the default things, we can keep it, right? Save it. Once it's done, you have to do migration, right? So there's a many way actually we can do that for migration. So there is a one way, you can directly go to that connected service and you add migration and update migration. This is a new features in Visual Studio. And after that, the another way actually, you can go to the package manager, you can just add migration and update migration. And one of the best approach actually you can use that, which I already covered in my YouTube channel, right? And a few days back, actually, we have covered one session like auto EF core migration. So you can go to my channel, you can check out that one also. So that I will not going to over here. What I will do, simply I go to that package console. Here I can just add migration. So if it is not allowed to over here add migration, so what you need to do, simply you have to import one package actually for that. So yeah, here we don't have that package, add migration and update migration, so you can simply add that one. Go to that manage package console, and here you can add the design. So you have to record that design, apply, accept. Once I add, also you can use another one. Is another one is tool, so entity framework core tool, install that. This package actually we required to update and migration for that project level, right? So go back to again here and let me check, like, see, add migration is available, and this is API identity, right? API identity. And once I add, so it will generate your identity, it will generate actually your snapshot of that all the tables and all, right? So yeah, see, migration has been done. So if you go to that migration here, if you open this guy, so all that tables actually schema has been created, right? So don't worry about that, we'll show you in our SQL server instance what are the table actually they have to create it, right? So that is done. Then go back to again package console. Here what I need to do, update database. So use that command also. Once I add this command, so they will create an update in our schema to our DB, right? So you see all this is done. So go to your DB and let me open your SQL server and refresh this here and check it, what is that our DB name which we added over here. So yeah, this guy, right? Identity API DB. And if you open this and go to the tables, so all that tables has been created. See, they all the tables has been created, like sp.net roles, claim.net role, and claims users, and sp.net user, and sp.net user tokens and all, right? So what I need to do, simply let me change this DB name, and let me show you. As of now we don't have any uh data on the user, right? So let me fetch this data. Once you fetch, now see, as of now we don't have any data, right? So go back to your application, right? And let me run this application and see in action. So once you run, see, if you run, automatically all that endpoint has been created, and it will be visible for you in your API, right? So see, this is a flexibility actually. If you use identity server, so you don't need to create all the endpoints to actually to authenticate an authorization, right? So that is actually flexibility. That's why I create this session. So now what I will do, see, as of now one more thing actually missing, that authorization header, right? So that also will add. But yeah, as of now I'll show you first. First I will create a one, I will just register one user. So let me register first. So what I can do, try out, pass it your email, for example kkp@gmail.com, and password would be, for example, kkp@123, right? And once you execute, see, it is successful registered, right? If you go back and run this here, now see, your your user has been created over here, right? So now if your user has been created, so now we are able to get the token for authentication, right? So how we can get the token, let me copy this, right? This to email and all, and go back to login. So here there is a mechanism actually use cookies and all, right? So I will not use as of now, but yeah, let me pass username and password. Based on this actually they will generate the token, right? Let me execute that. Once you execute, now see, it is giving that token, wearer token. So this token actually allow to authenticate our endpoint, right? Without that it will not allow to authenticate. So that also I'll show you. Go to, let me stop one, right? First let me stop and go to solution. Let me create a one endpoint, create a controller, create a API controller, add this controller and make it that controller as a user controller, right? Let me create a user controller, and simply what I will do, I'll just create a HTTP GET endpoint over here, and simple endpoint we have to create, which will just return and return okay, right? So simple, this is a simple endpoint, and here just protect my endpoint as a authorize attribute, right? So let me add that authorize. See, if I add this authorize attribute, so nobody can directly access this controller, right? So let me run and I'll show you in action. So it is running, right? And once you're running, see, this is our endpoint. If I try to get this endpoint, I will get this 401, right? Because that is authorized. So how we can authenticate that endpoint? We have to create, we have to get this token and we have to pass that token. So we can use as a swagger, as well as we can use here as well. If you go to here, see, there's a endpoint, right? So we can just create we can just use this HTTP request, right? This is a one file actually which introduces the .NET 8. So we can use that. How we can use that? Simply, if you go to view and go to other window, use that endpoint explorer, and in this endpoint explorer, whatever endpoint you are able to see, let me generate a request. So see, this is generate a request of get request, right? So simply, if I send the request, see, once you send the request, it is 401, right? So how we can authenticate? Simply, what I need to do, I have to pass authorization, right? And here I have to pass that token wearer, and then pass your token. So what is my token? Go back to here and just generate your token. So what was my password previously? My password was kkp at the rate 123, right? And this was the my email. No, my email was the gmail.com, and password would be kkp at the rate 123, and just execute. Once you execute, you are getting this token, right? Just copy this token, go back to your application and pass it over here, right? Simply you pass this here and check it, your bearer is correctly over there, right? So let me add that bearer and let me send this request again. Yeah, one thing actually I missed that semicolon. So let me, not semicolon, it's colon. So let me add that after that this, and then you can just send the request. Once you send the request, click that, you are able to get that information. Now see, we get the 20 okay, but this time we have not sent any result, right? So let me add something, my user list, right? So let me save it, go back to here, let me send back again to request. Now see, you are getting that data, right? Like this way, without that token you are not able to get that. So that is a very easy, and that we can do from my swagger as well. So one more thing actually we have to add in our swagger, that way I'll show you. We can use that HTTP request client, right, which is provide that over here, right? So yeah, also you can use that your postman. By postman also you can send a request, use that the token, you will get the data, right? Now what I need to do, yeah, that part actually I need to cover. Go to the program.cs file. Here I will just add that swagger header, right, so that I can tested by the Swagger as well. So what I need to do, simply I have to add some configuration over here. Yeah, inside this Swagger generation, right? What I need to do, I have to create some configuration. So let me copy that. Uh, I'm not going to actually create because this is a simple configuration things. What I need to do, simply service builder.service add Swagger generation. Inside that I just create a lambda expression, and inside that what I have to use, that add security authentication, use that OR2, use that open one, and this package actually we have to require. So what is that package? Let me bring back that package. So as of now, yeah, this one, that filter one, let me add that guy, install this guy, install the latest one, and edit code. Let me stop that, and that is done, right? Let me run this. Yeah, now once you run, now see, you are able to see this thing. So now what you need to do, you simply, if you want to send the request in that particular endpoint, whatever endpoint over here, right? So you can simply add over here, and you can add your token this, right? So let me create the token and just see how is that working. That, let me generate again the token. Let me try use that kkp at the rate gmail.com, and here what I need to do, let me pass my super secret password, execute. Now once you execute, wearer token, right? Let me copy that token, go up, go to here, let me add wearer, and then add the token, right? Authorize, close, and now definitely we are able to get this data. Now see, data is there. If I log out, right? If I log out from here, let me log out and close. If I send request one more time, now see, you are able to 041, right? So like this way you can introduce your identity authentication authorization mechanism in your web API, right? And also you can get that refresh token and all in later on we can do. And now we covered that authentication, right? But authorization is missing, right? That we actually, they are not provide that, add role and information and all, right? So endpoint, so which we can do in our upcoming session, how we can create our endpoint which can add a user role, so that once you add the user role we can create the authenticate authorization token based on the role, and we can show you like, okay, how we can authentic authorization. This same sample will continue forward, right? So first what I need to do, I have to just create one service so that I can get it the all the information about the roles, and they show the SI endpoint. So what I can to do, simply go to that folder, right, and create a folder and just make it to services, and inside this services what I need to do, I have to just create one service, that call is role service. Let me add one interface over here, interface, let me call it to role service, and add this role service over here, roles interface. Once it's created, now what I need to do, I have to create that all method, right? So which we saw in our demo. So first we'll get one up to create a get all roles, right? So this is one of the method which will provide the all the roles using this model. So as of now we don't have a models, so let me create this model as well. So copy this model and go to, or let me create a one model class, or just a view model, right? So let me create a model folder, and inside that let me create a model. So what is my model? My model would be like this role model, right? And inside this role model, what are the roles actually we have to return, right? So what are the object? Simply ID and name. I have to pass that ID and name, right? So let me add that this is id as a GUID and name, because we store in our database that is actually storing GUID. So that's why I'm just adding this. And what I need to do further, go back to your interface and bring back that namespace. This is the namespace. So this is done. Now next we have to implement, like, get all users roles, right? So see, now another function feature will implement here. Whatever user have roles, that actually written by using their email ID or username, whatever you want. So it is best to actually unique things, email ID. So that's why I'm using this. And then third service will implement, that is called the add roles. Suppose I want to add, user want to add a new roles, right? So that user can just add the roles using that, passing that multiple roles. Like suppose user want to add multiple roles together, right? So that's why I'm using that multiple roles string array. And then now finally I want to create a one a service that is called an add user role, so that whatever a user, suppose initially they create a user but they does not have any roles, right? So if admin user or whatever user you want to allow, so they can add assign the role. So ideally admin also only can access to add the roles that particular user. So how we can add the roles? Using that email ID, whatever that user email, and their whatever roles we want to. So also here there's multiple roles we can assign that particular user, right? So these uh, four service we have to create it, we have to implement. So let me create a concrete class of that role service. So copy this role service, go back to service, create a class, concrete class, where we'll implement, and simply let me inherit that role service and implement over here, right? So as of now that it is just creating a default implementation, but yeah, we'll implement one by one. So let me copy this and grab over here, right? So that we can implement one by one from the top. So first I will be implement get all roles, right? So how we can get all roles? It's very simple. Actually, in previous session, we have create authentication, right? And in authentication, we have that identity server also they provide in the identity server, which we configure in the program.cs file, right? So that we have to use over here to get the roles and users, everything we have to do over here, right? So first, what I need to do? Simply create a constructor, right? And here the create constructor, what I need to do, I have to inject that role manager. First I'll just inject the role manager, and see this role manager is coming from Microsoft ASP.NET Core Identity, which will bring back, right? And then here identity role, right? So that we have to add this object identity role inside this role manager, and just create a class or variable, and just inject in this parameter constructor using that private field, like that, right? See, we have injecting, now we are able to use this guy. And then what I need to do, similar we have to use that user manager as well. So user manager, and pass it to do identity user, right? So this is another object which will provide that all user information. Also just create a variable, and similar fashion we have to do that, create a private property to assign inside this here, right? Let me bring back. Now we have that role manager things, and we have the user manager. So all the role information we can get from here, all the user information we can get from this user manager, right? So let me create actually first get all roles, right? So what I need to do, simply first I have to just create a variable, for example role list, role list, and here I have to just get that underscore role manager, and that we have the property of the roles, and inside these roles actually we can get all this property, right? So let me select, so that we have actually in these roles we have many properties, but we don't record all this stuff, we record only the few things, right? So that I can just select over here using this lambda expression like this way, and new whatever roles of model we have to create it. Inside this role model we have to assign only this id, so id we can get from this id, and similar name I can get from this name. That's it. Like this way we can use it. Now see, there's a one mismatch, right? So what is the mismatch? Let me bring back, right? This here, see, it is a GUID, but it is as actually string, right? So we have to convert to this GUID. So how we can do that? Simply use GUID parse and pass it to that string value. Simply it will convert to our there, right? So now we have a role model which is a iQueryable, right? And what I need to do, simply iQueryable to I actually return to list object, right? So what I need to do, simply make it to list, and that's it, right? And then simply you have to return that role list. And also see, we are using a it is a role list, right? So see, it is a synchronize, we actually using task, so we have to use that asynchronize, right? So that's done. Now it is completely for the get all roles. So this is a very pretty much simple code, right? We can get the roles. Now moving to forward to get user roles, right? So how we can get that particular, suppose user have multiple roles, so how can get that, right? So that we have to implement over here. So first of all, what I need to do, let me call this user manager. So because we have a email IDs, right? So based on the email ID I need to get actually user information, right? So first I'll have to add where user got underscore user manager, and it have one function find why the email and find the name, whatever things, right? So yeah, we can use that email, and here we can get the user identity user. Let me add this await, and what I need to do next, now I got this user identity, right? So here user manager should have that particular user information, right? So user dot have get roles, right? So there's a one method. In this method actually you are able to see it is expecting identity user. That's why actually we have to get first identity and then simply pass it to that identity over here, so that whatever roles in the particular user based on this identity they will return back, right? So what is the return type? It is a I list over there, right? So let me store as a variable over here, simply user roles, right? And also it is a asynchronous, so you can use await. And now finally we have to return to this, so use return user roles dot to list. Why I'm adding to list? Because see, this is a simple list but it is returning I list, so this you can convert to list, so it will make it to I list to list, right? That's why I make it. So now this also done. Simply we can get that user roles by passing that email ID, right? And now we have to add the roles, right? So suppose I don't have any roles in my application, so user want to add no use not user, so admin user only want to add that particular roles or multiple roles, right? So how we can do that? There is some tricks actually. So here what I need to do, simply whatever roles I have, let me iterate through for each loop, right? And here one by one role actually we have to add, right? So what I need to do, I have to just call that role manager dot role exist, because first we have to check like if any role is exist in our system or not, so that we have to check. So here wait, and that will be true or false, right? So let me wrap it for if condition, and if it is not exist, right, then we have to add. So let me put a one condition here. If it is not exist, then I want to add, otherwise I don't want to add, right? So here how we can add it, simply again using the role manager and dot create a sync, right? In this method, see, the create a sync, adding passing that identity of the role, and then you can uh, add this in your roles tables, right? So how we can add this, add over here and then new, create that identity role, and inside this role, see, there is a two overload method over here. One is without parameter and another one is like that role's name, right? So you can just pass simply whatever your roles, so you can just pass it from here, right? And also make it to await, and that's it, right? So now whatever role a user has passed, so that we have just check, okay, if it is not exist, then we have to add, if it is exist, then we have to skip that part, right? And then finally what I need to do, I just actually return whatever role we have added, so that we can return. Suppose we have sent 5 roles, but 3 roles added but 2 roles is not added, so whatever the roles we have added, we can simply return. So how we can do that, simply we can create a one output or one result over here, right? And in this result we can add one by one whatever role we have added, right? So let me add one by one for whatever role added, so I just add it over here in this role list, and finally we can return to the list, right? Like this way actually we can implement add roles, all the roles, right? So this is also done. Now the last one is add roles that particular user, right? So suppose user has a one the kkp at the gmail.com, and I want to add that admin roles or hr roles and particular roles also, so that we have to implement over here. So it is also very simple. Again we have to just find that user, right? So let me copy that guy, which already done over here, find that user based on the email address, right? So let me add the over here. So here, okay, also we using await, so using that async method over here and pass to that user email, right? Now we have the user identity, right? And then how we can do that, so here also we have to add some tricks, right? Suppose user send some roles which is does not exist in our main roles, right? Whatever we have roles, right? Suppose I in our system we have 5 roles, and user send some roles which is not exist in our table. So what I can do in this way, we can skip those roles, right? So how we can do that, simply I have to create one another method which we can actually tell, okay, this user these roles exist or not, right? So let me create that method. For example, let me create a one method over here, and that method simply I'm just creating and returning that list of string and exist role or not, right? Whatever exist role they will returning back, right? Based on that whatever roles be user has sent. And here again simply I have just created one object over here, right? And you can just you can just use another approach also, but here I just show you one of the easiest approach. So here again what I need to do, simple I just use the for each loop, and in this for each loop whatever roles user send, again we have just checking if it is role exist, right? If it is exist, then we have to add. If it is not exist, then we have to not add, right? So that this way I can just filter and whatever that role is exist in our system, right? And then simply return back to your exist role list, right? Like this way we can achieve, and these things we have to call over here. right? So I need to call this guy to this, and now I have passed the roles, and we are existing, whatever existing role we are get it over here. And now we have to check if user should not be null, right? Suppose whatever the identity user should not be null, then we have to add it should not equal to null. And one more condition should be over here. Suppose user send 5 roles, and existing roles we have match in our existing role, that is not match, right? So there is a mismatch, right? So the user role whatever they send and whatever we have, so there is a mismatch. So that also we can take in care over here, like if whatever existing roles, right? So let me check over here. Existing roles count equal to whatever the users and roles, that count should be matched, right? So then we have to tell now we can add it, right? So let me length over here, and if it is not matched, then you are not able to add, right? Simply it should be true or false. So this will actually true or false, right? Let me return false, otherwise in this case is false. But yeah, in this case we simply can call one user manager to add role method, and in this add role method, see there is a two expected two parameter over there, that is a first user identity which is coming from here, right? And then other one is like existing roles, means whatever roles enumerable as roles, right? So that I can get it from here, right? That's two things you will have to pass. It will create it and return back to as a result, right? So let also we can just add it over here. Assign dot succeed, actually it is written true or false. If it is successfully add it, so it will true, or it is not, then it will false, right? So let's add it over here like that. Now see, all the implementation, all the service implementation has been done, right? So now we can able to consume this service in our controller. So go back to your controller, and here what I need to do, simply I need to add a role controller. So add a role controller, API controller empty, add, and add it to this guy, make it name is role, right? So it is a role controller. Now what I need to do, need to create a constructor, and simply I have to inject that service, and I role service, right? So this is my service. Let me inject and create an instance, and inject to our constructor. Now we are properly injected, but yeah, we have to register this service in our program.cs file, that I will do in later. But yeah, as of now we are good. Now we have to implement all that endpoints. So first endpoint would be our get endpoint, right? So get all the roles. So this is a get endpoint, and get all the roles, make it that name. And what I need to do, I have to just simply create a method, action method, which will actually pass is that user email, right? This is actually roles, they will return that particular user, right? So this is a user role. So whatever user, this is the user, and how many roles is there, so they will just call this service role service as this get user roles method, right? Which will accept and that email id, and return back to over here, right? So this is a one. Now second, uh, also one thing actually we have to decorate here, like that is actually part of authorization, right? So that also you have to decorate, because if you not allow that attribute, so definitely you can get some error and all, because there's some issue, right? Because authenticate after authentication you can get that all the information, user information and role information, everything. What you need to do, simply decorate is authorize, right? So in this authorize also you can just specify what user actually they can get this, what user actually allow to access this endpoint, right? So allow this all the user, right, over here. So how we can allow that multiple user, you can just pass it to use the roles, and then you can pass it to admin, so that it can be only accessed by the admin. But if you want to multiple user, so how we can add, simply comma, right? And you can use that other roles as well, like user roles, right? And whatever roles that you can a user can get access this particular rules, right? So this is actually authorization part which we're trying to cover here. Now moving forward, another one, like we want to get all the roles, right? So let me create before that, right? Because this is a get role, so all the roles we have to show to user, whatever admin user only or whatever user you want, right? So that we can show you. And simply I have to create another endpoint, like see, it's a get roles, and calling that role service and call that get roles, right? And simply return back. And also we have to decorate here like authorize, and what roles we have to provide here, that only I think so that is fine for only admin, because roles only can have access for admin only, but as per requirement we can add it more, right? So now we have done for get roles and get user roles, right? So now moving forward to another one, like if we want to add some roles, so how we can add the roles, right? So again http roles, and here what I need to do, I have to just create another action method which will add actually roles based on this particular roles, right? So here again let me add a result, or just using that add role or user role, right? User role, and here underscore role service dot, you will get that method add roles, right? And you can pass that roles object. Simply once you get, so you will, it will return a object, right? Simply you can just decorate that is that, right? If it is, or one condition also you can just decorate over here. So if it is fail, so you should be return bad request, right? So result, or just whatever user role dot count, or it is missing something, right? So we have to await, because it is asynchronized, so you have to get the decorate with this await. And then if it is count equal to 0, so that means there is a some issue, right? And in this case what you can do, simply I have to pass uh, the bad request, right? Let me add that bad request, right? And this is done. Let me decorate formatting properly. Now add roles also fine, right? So it is simple, calling that service, and service will do everything, and simply the result return back to result. And now the last one is our add roles for the particular user, right? So let me call or let me create that. And before that actually we have to decorate as well this guy. So authorize roles, right? Authorize roles, and what would be the roles for is, because admin only can allow to add the roles, so that's why we can decorate only this admin, right? So that's why we have add. And similar uh, this endpoint also we have to decorate for this, add roles, that also only admin can do that, right? So like that, and create a one method, right? We are actually endpoint, we can add the roles, like add user roles. So let me decorate this. So this is that one. Here add roles, right? And add roles expect the model, right, which we can pass it from the user, and user can send that email ID and roles, both things, like two things, right? So that's why we can create as a form body, we can actually accept the that information from that form body. That's why we have to require one model, right? So let me create a one model, go to the model class, a model folder, create a class over here, model object, add that model. And in this model, simply what I need to do, I have to just create user email and their their roles, right? So user will send that user which user if they want to add the roles and what are the roles, right? So go back to over here. Now bring back that namespace and it's coming from this. And then what I need to do again, I have to call that where result, and in this result underscore role service, what is the our method which we have created, add user role async, right? And in this simply we have to pass add user dot user email as well as that add user dot roles, simple. And then we have to decorate, it is a synchronized method, so we have to decorate await. And finally again we can put one conditions if it is success, so it is not success, so it is bad request, right? And if it is success, simply we can pass the http code, it is successfully execute and inserted with this 201, right? Like this way. Now see, now our endpoints also ready, right? With this authorization, so all the endpoint actually authorize with these roles, right? Only these roles have that particular user, so then user can access that. I'll show you in a example once you're testing, right? So once it's done, now there is some issue actually. See, I have just created this service, right, and which is dependent on this controller, so I have to resolve the dependency. So go back to program.cs file. Here we have to add that services, right? So after this, right, so builder dot services dot add scope, and then we can pass I role service and their implementation as well, right? So this is one setting, and one more setting, right, to implement authorization. So you have to add one more things in here, right? So after this identity the user, what you need to do, simply you can just add roles, right? So this is a add roles, and here you can pass identity roles which we are using, right? So that you have to do, and simply add this, that's it. These two things actually you have to cover, like this is you have to add the add roles because we are trying to authorization, and we have newly create the service which is dependent, so we have to resolve the dependency, then we are good to go, right? So let me check our db. What is the db? Go back here. Yeah, it is a identity, a small identity db, right? So let me run this application. Hopefully it should be run now. See, it is running, and also this is a role controller and which we have to create these roles, right? And before proceeding, actually I want to see user is exists. So my, yeah, this guy identity db, right? So let me check one more time what is our db name. So this is our db name, small identity api db, right? So small identity api db, yeah, this guy. So let me check, let me create a new instance, and here what I can do, these are three tables actually which have the information. So first, this is a user information, so how many user we have, I have one user in this tb, right? And any roles this particular user, there is a no roles, right? And also any assign these roles over here, absolutely not, because we don't have any roles, so it is not possible to add because this is a reference entity from this and this, right? So what I can do, first uh, go back to your endpoints over here. First actually I just create a token, right? So let me create a token to access. Neither, I'll show you before, without token it is accessible or not, right? So let me try execute. Once you execute, definitely you will get this 401, right? And this is not for this all the endpoints, right? Let me try something. If you execute, you will get 401, you will get the 401 because you are not authorized this, endpoints, which is decorate with authorization, right? So that's why what we need to do, we have to generate a token. How we can generate a token? It is very simple. Go back to this endpoint which we have to create it in last session, login endpoint, and here you have to just pass your kkp at the rate gmail.com, and if I remember correctly, password, this should be a password. Yeah, it is correct. Now I'm getting that token. So what I need to do, simply copy the token, is a bearer token, right? And go back to authorization. Here just you have to pass wearer, wearer, and pass the token, and now I am able to access, right? So let me check first, like is their existing endpoint is working fine. Yeah, now it is returning this, right? And go back to your roles. So where is roles? Now see, these are roles, right? So first, as of now, let me check there is any roles or not, right? There is a no roles. Also, this endpoint, see, this token actually generated for admin user, so that's why it is giving 403. This is important, you have to understand, right? So let me go back. Now go back to your endpoint. Where is my endpoint? Yeah, this is my endpoint. See, I decorate this role only accessible with only the admin user, right? So as of now, I'm just creating a token that is not actually admin role. That's why I'm not able to access this. So in this case, what you need to do, actually initial level, once your database actually created this application, you have to add admin user along with the admin roles. After that, you can able to do that, right? So what I can do in this case, simply I can go over here and check this guy. So this is a role table. So what I need to do, first I need to assign the one roles in here, so that I can add this role in that particular user. After that, once I create a one admin user, then I can able to use the multiple creation and then assign the user, right? So one default admin user be required. So let me insert into the tables. This is that query. Let me bring back over here, right? So we have to add id and name. So let me try to execute this. Now see, id and name executed. Now if you execute, now we have a admin role, right? Now trying to assign internally first that user and id, right? So what is my user and roles? So let me try. See, this is my user id and this is my user role. So the one more entry actually we have to record in this user role table, right? So let me try to insert that one also. Insert, right? So user id and then roles, right? So let me bring back this guy over here. This is my user id, right? And then this is my role. So what is my roles? Role id, this is my role id, right? So now go back, add it over here. Now try to insert. Now we are good to go, right? Let me check now all these three tables. Now simply we just add admin role, and this admin role assigned to over here, right? So now if I generate the token, so definitely this token, this user have this admin roles, then user can allow to access, right? So go back to over here and now regenerate the token. Let me log out that first, close that, go back to login and try to generate the token. So now I'm able to get the token. Now this token, just copy this token and go back to your authorization. Here just set that authorization error, pass that your token authorize, go back. Now it should be accessible all these endpoints. Now execute. Now see, I'm getting that whatever roles I have as of now, one roles, right? So that's why it is returning only admin roles, right? And which their ID as well. And if I try to that particular let me just pass it to the invalid things. So see, if it is invalid things, so I'm getting that error because user not found, right? So what I need to do, simply whatever my user, correct user, let me find that user. And once I get this, so now I'm able to see this is assign only one admin role right over there. Simply this way, like I want to add that more roles, right? Now as of now I have only one roles in this roles table. Now I have admin user. Now I can add anything, right? So let me add, suppose HR, or let me add one more, for example uh finance, right? Finance, and let me execute this guy. Once you execute, now see, two roles has been added that we can verify using endpoint as well as database. So let me find first the endpoint. Now see, I have the three roles which just we have added. And if I go back to DB, once you execute, now I have that three roles, right, which recently added two. So like that. And also suppose I want to, as of now this is one user which this user only assign that one roles, right? Let me add one more roles, right? So what roles I want to add? I want to add that HR also. Let me copy these roles, go back to here, pass this role as a HR, right? And pass that username, for example kkp the red 123. And here if you execute, that role should be added. Now it's got 400. Let me figuring out what is the issue. Okay, yeah. So see, I'm just passing wrong username, that's why it's getting a 400. That is expected, right? So what I need to do, simply pass that correct email, right? Username gmail.com, it is my correct email. And once I execute, now it's got true. If I get that execution over here, for example this guy, right? So once I execute, now it's have two roles, right? And go back to DB, it should be a two roles, right? See, this one user has a two roles, right? So like this way, actually you can authentication and authorization, right? So it is a nice things actually for the before proceeding our upcoming session for the Blazor and all the web application, how can authentication and authorization. So first we have to make sure our web API actually authenticate and authorization. So that I am using normally bearer token, but yeah, an upcoming session also will do with using JWT authentication and authorization, right? So but yeah, initial level it is fine how we can, you know, authentication authorization using the identity, because it is a initial level. So that's why I just created this session. So let's back to go our application. First up, just stop this application, right? And then what I need to do, simply I have to create a new project, that is a call a Blazor WebAssembly. So go to that new project, choose here Blazor WebAssembly standalone app, which you can just find over here as well. Once you search the Blazor, you will get those templates, so you can choose as well there. Now see, you are getting over here, and I'm choosing this Blazor WebAssembly standalone app. So next, and just make it a name. So for example, Blazor secure, right? Blazor app secure. And next, and now you have to just choose an authentication level is none, and rest of the things whatever we have, we can check it as a same, right? It is default things. And let me create. Now once it's created, now see, this is a simple Blazor web application, right? If you go to that now project file, you're able to see just it is creating a .NET 8 along with Blazor WebAssembly, right? So what I need to do first actually I have to required, few packages and few services also required. So first actually I have to create a one service and go to that add folder, create a new folder in this WebAssembly project and create as a services folder. And inside this services, what I will do, I have to create one interface where actually I can implement our login, logout, everything. So in this here, I'll just create a register method. So go to that class, go to that interface, create a that name, I account manager management add, and now our interface is ready. Now what I need to do over here, simply I have to create a signature or declaration method over here, for example register. So in this register, user will send that email id and their password. So using this email id and password, I will call our API and I will just register our user, right? So this is a simple return type form result. So that also we have to just create it. So go back to our application solution folder. In this Blazor applications project, create another folder that is called something view model, right? Or just call it a model. And here, let me create a view model for that. Let me create a this, and this is form result add. And inside that, what I need to do, simply whatever response we have to set after getting that response, so that actually I can store over here. So as a demonstration perspective, I can use that, but yeah, for the recommendations and requirement, we can use multiple things over here. So go back to again in our account over here and bring back that namespace so that we can remove the error. Now see, now our declaration things has been done. So now what I need to do for next I have to just create one custom authentication state provider. So that is actually very important for this. If you trying to secure your web application, Blazor application, or others like web application, so for this a server side or or client side, right? So it is very important that authentication state provider is very important over here. How we can build that? So let me create over here as a custom authentication provider. So let me create that. For example, I just need to create a one class which I can call here custom, right? Custom authentication state provider. Let me create that over here, and here actually I have to inherit that authentication custom state provider. So here, right? So this is thing actually we require. So once we have to try to inherit of this authentication state provider class, what I need to do, I have to bring that namespace, or I have to import one package. So that is called this guy, right? ASP.NET Core authentication authorization component, right? So let me bring back that, uh, install that package, so I can install directly over here, right? And after that, what I can do, I can simply comma, right, and inherit. Also I have to implement our, which is we have to create this guy, right? So account management thing. So go back over here and just simply inherit over here, and whatever signature, let me just implement interface. So now see, register method over here, which we have to try to concrete implementation should be over here, right? So what I need to do, see, still one issue. Why one issue over here? Because see, once you inherit this, there is a one method actually, that overload method, which we have to use to notify actually what we are trying to do. Like if you're trying to log in and log out or registered, so we have to notify, right? So that they can, our application can understand, okay, now what is that state actually currently, now you are logged in or log out or whatever that claim principle and all. So don't worry about that. As of now, I think it is little difficult to understand. Once I implement, definitely you will get that more idea. So what I will do, simply again implement of this things also. So now see, this is just overload method actually created, which is that get authentication state async method, right? So this will, as of now, will not much implement, but we just create a default unauthorized things, right? So what, how we can do that? So first let me implement that guy. So simply what I need to do first, remove that guy, right? And let me create one private property inside the top. And once you inside the set, the by default should be always, this custom authentication will be false. Based on this actually authentication, we can set as true. So that's why I just creating as on the top, which we set it false. And again, once I call this get authentication service, I just first of all I just set is false, and I have just create one unauthentication user. So how we can do that? In this case, I have to just create one default claim principal. So that also I just set it as a private value over here. So see, I just created a private read only claim principal which is unauthenticate, and by default just set as a blank claim identity over there, right? So that I need to do set inside over here, like call as a default authentications, right? So let me add over here. So see, now I set as a user which is an unauthenticated, because by default this is a blank claim, right? So that's why it is unauthenticated, right? Later on we'll authenticate as well, which is calling another API. But yeah, uh, just for digestion I just create first step by step, so that you can understand clearly. And what I need to do, simply return in this method, right, in this overload method, like that. Simply authenticated state. What is that authenticated state? As of now unauthenticate, right? So always our application will be first time unauthenticate, right? So what I need to do, it is asking to actually, this is overload method, and it is asynchronize that, so that I can set it as an async, right? So now this is implementation is done for get authentication. This will be implementation in our login. Once I upcoming session will create a login mechanism, so that time actually I have to implement this way. But actually in by default, once you try to secure your web application like Blazor web application, so you have to require this authentication state provider, and this actually you have to set it, either it will complaining error and all, right? So that's why actually I just create it as a default one. Now keep it close that one. Now here actually that implementation we have to do that, right? Registration user. So here we have to call our API, and that API will be giving the result, okay, it is success registered or failed registered, right? So what I need to do, simply first let me set remove that guy, right? And set as a default details. So default detail is this, right? And then what I need to do, simply I just create a try catch block over here, so that whatever exception and all I can just get it if any, while calling our API, if I getting any issue, so we can capture over here. And here I have to call HTTP client. So before calling that HTTP client, right, so what I need to do, I have to just inject that, right? Because that HTTP client, how we can call, right? So that we have to inject it over here. So what I need to do, simply just create a constructor of that custom class, create a constructor, and inside this constructor what I will do, I have to uh, call actually IHTTP client factory, right? Let me call this IHTTP or inject that HTTP client factory. And in this IHTTP client factory, or actually we can use that normally HTTP client factory, but yeah, I'll show you the both way, right? So that's why I just using this way. And also we record one package, so that package could be HTTP client, right? So let me bring back that package first. So go to that your solution and go to that application, right? And go to the manage package, and here just look for that package, because which is dependent on that Microsoft extension.http. So choose this guy, choose whatever your framework, right? So I'm using 8, so that's why I'm using this one. And once it's done, go back to over here, and here what you need to do, simply just uh, call HTTP client factory and create an instance, right? And here after that create instance, what I need to do, I have to just call that a factory method, right? So before the factory method call, what I need to do, I have to assign something in the HTTP client, because that factory method, let me show you. If I call this factory method dot create client, and if I pass something AUT auth, right? So it is just simply see is simply written HTTP client. So that I have to just set over here so that I can assign to that, right? So let me add this guy. So using that HTTP client, right? So simply I can assign to that over here, correct? So like this way, actually you can just use your, you can just set your HTTP client, right? So let me make it a now capital over here. So now it is done, like construction injection is done for the HTTP client. Now we are good to go to use that HTTP client, right? So what I need to do now, simply call that here, right? Inside the try block, go to the register method. Inside the try block, I have to call that HTTP method over here. So let me call that guy, await, and call that HTTP client and dot post async, because I am calling that post async method. It post as a json async, right? And here what I need to do, simply whatever our method name, right? So my method name would be as a registered. If you see our API from the starting, so my API name is a register, like domain name slash register. So domain name, don't worry about that I'll explain, like where I have to mention our domain name, like full URL. And then what I need to do, simply inside this, actually we have to pass some parameter. See, this is a request URI and then passing that whatever object, right? So how we can pass it, simply I can create a new anonymous object over here. Let me bring back this here like that, right? And here let me close that, not actually email, that email, or yeah, this is a email and that's password, right? So two value we have to assign to that like this, and we are good to get it that whatever response over here. So now see, it is returning an HTTP response. So let me store as a variable, for example result, and that's it. Now we are getting that HTTP response over here. Now first what I have to check if it is success or not, right? So how we can success or not check, simply I have to set one if condition over here to check, like okay, see, result, no HTTP, actually HTTP response have many properties, so we can check is success is there. So if it is success, then what I need to do, simply I set it succeed is true with this response, right? And return back over here. If it is fail, what I need to do, whatever things over here, right? We are getting the data, right? We have the error object as well there, so that we can you know read from that response over here. So let me read from there, and this is a simple result dot contain and read async. So whatever response we can try to get, and then whatever problems over there, right? So that I can just edit like this, problem details using the JSON document and parse that. We are just trying to parse and using a blank erase object, error object, and inside this blank error object we can just assign that all that object. So right, first let me add one more error list, right? So this is just whatever problems root elements get the whatever actually we are trying to find in these roots, actually if it is error, so we can just get it over the error list, and then we can try to get the error and we can store the value inside that, right? So this is just for that storing that error object mechanism, so you can just use that approach. So simply see error list, we can get it over here, iterating to for each loop, and just compare, like if it is that value kind or a string that, so we can add this error object, right, which is empty, and rest of things also just we can just assign. If it is not a value kind, right, it is a error of value kind of just a string, so then we can pass it. If it is as a whole object, right, so then we can just store and together. So like that actually we can do that. It is simple. And what I need to do finally in the last, we can simply return object if it is getting any error. So this will just returning okay, success is false, and whatever that errors we can just assign to over here. That's it, right? So this is actually mechanism, so we can register. So finally we have to finish my registered implementation in this custom provider. Now two things actually pending. Now we have to configure in our program.cs file this this custom provider and all, and also they have to resolve the dependency of this is one thing. And second thing, we have to create a component, right? So let me first create a component of register component. So go back to over here in the solution. Let me create a another folder, call it to component, right? Component. And inside this component I will just create another folder that is called, it is related to account, right? Account or auth. So we can create based on this, right? So I just create account, and inside this account what I will do, I'll just create a component. So razor component, we have to choose the razor component, and here I just call that register component. I have to create it, right? So let me call that register component here, registered, and always make it the component for the Pascal case, not camel case. Okay, so that is important. So let me add. Once you add, now you are getting that register component, right? And first of all, in the top, I'll just set as a route, at the rate page route. You are not familiar with Blazor, so I'm especially recommend go to my channel. Many session actually I have just create for what is the route and how is working the Blazor application, Blazor WebAssembly or Blazor server side. So everything actually is explained and details in our other use session. So go to there, and here what I need to do, simply I can call registered, right? So this is a register component, and here first of all what I need to do in this component, I have to design actually few things, right? So that design could be like whatever I show in the demo, like username and password, or that confirm password. So three field actually we have to wrap up. So that actually we have to create it first. So let me create a HTML first, right? So I have a code, so I'm not going to writing that code. So let me get it that, because this is a design part, so that will wasting of time to actually design that. So I will not do that over here. So what I am trying to do over here, see, this is a authorized view, like see. So what I'm trying to wrap inside this authorized view, we have the section, we actually the another component like the authorized and non-authorized. So whatever our user form, like a register form, that should be inside that not authorized, because everybody can create their user. So that is actually mechanism over here. But yeah, in later in our scenario, suppose only admin user can create a user, so that also then we can use that on authorized view. Inside that authorized view we can just handle that, right? So don't worry about that. That also I'll explain once I complete this. So authorization session will complete that also. So as of now, this is actually required one namespace. So this namespace actually required. So instead of bring that namespace inside this particular component, what I will do, just copy this over here and go to the solution, go to that import section, and here just using this namespace and being actually assign over here, so that it is a globally place. We can just import that namespace, so that all the component actually can get access. Okay, so now see, simply authorize view, inside that authorize, right? So if it is authorized, so it will pop up this message like it is login or whatever login user, so already is login, right? If it is not authorized, so that will pop up this message, right? If it is success, so that will pop up this message. Otherwise what it will do, if it is error, so show that errors. And now finally here that HTML for that email input and password, and re-enter the password. And finally this is at a click button, and we have to just, we as of now we don't have that method, but we don't worry about that, we'll create this method as well. So first let me create this method, do register method, and here first let me create the do register method. And before that actually we have to assign, we have to record this property, right? We have to success property, error properties, right? And also email, password, confirm password, and error list. So those are property actually required, which actually we're trying to manipulate over here, right? That's why I just created. And after that what I will do, I just create that method, right? So let me create that method. So this is that method actually. So do registered async as a method, right? Here what I'm trying to do, initially we just set as a errors is false, success also false, and create a blank array list. And just normal validation, we have just check over here, like okay, if it is empty then return back, it is empty then return back, set as a error and return back, like that. Actually it is a simple validations, right? And once is validation done, what I'm trying to do, see, now we have to call our register user, which we have to call, we have to create it over here, right? Custom authentication provider we have implement over here, but uh main signature where is in this account management, right? So copy this interface, go back to your razor component and just inherit over here or inject over here, right? So this is another concept. Actually you can inject any service like that. So at the rate inject and call it to that service and make it like, for example, account service, right? So make it that, and also you have to bring the namespace. Let me bring that namespace where actually uh, it is created, right? So created that. Now go back to your implementation. So now see what I'm trying to do, it is just implementation, right? So call that implementation method and pass it your email id and password. Once you get result, so it could be success and fail, right? So what will happen in success case, success case simply I just set as a success true and set is that email password is a null, right? And if it is success true, what will happen, see, we are as the block, if it is success, so this message will be pop up, okay, you are successfully registered and you can click that login, right? So as of now we don't have login, but yeah, later on we'll implement that login as well. So like that actually we can register. And finally over here, see, it is success, so then an else part it is getting the error. So registered component like also have been done. Now final step is pending, that is called resolve the dependencies on all whatever actually we have service. So those service actually we have to resolve the dependencies. So go back to program.cs file. Here we have to resolve the all the dependency, right? And one more issue definitely will occur, so that I'll show you once I'm trying to connect with our Blazor web application with the web API. Definitely one issue will occur, so that I'll show you and then we'll fix it. So don't worry about that. Now let me register these things, right? So what will register first actually we have to register our builder dot, let me register over here, builder dot services dot add scope. Inside this add scope, actually what I will do, I'll just create a lambda expression again and create that lambda expression. And here sp dot get required service, and whatever our custom whatever our authentication service provider, if you go back to this here, see, this is our authentication service provider, right? So this is our implementation, so that's we have to bring back over here, right? And now see, this is actually the signature, right? This is our signature and this is our implementation inside this class. So that actually we have to register. So this is a way to register over here like that and pass to this. And once you this also we have to close that, right? So now this is done for this registration. Like for example, I account manager, like this way actually we have to register, right? And once is done, now another things we have to register, that custom provider also we have that implementation with this guy, right? So that also we have to register. So how we can do that, that also very simple, builder dot services dot, and here let me add a scope, right? And inside it add scope, what is your authentication provider, state provider, this is our authentication state provider, and this is a dependent, actually that concrete class of that. Go to that here, custom provider, right? Go back and initially here, and that's it. So these two things has been done. Now finally one more thing actually pending, right? So these two implementation, two service actually we have done to register. Now inside this, this custom authentication, right? So if you go to that custom, actually one more thing actually we have implement, right? So see, http client, which is dependent on this custom authentication state provider class, right? So that also we have to resolve. Neither, definitely once you call this guy, it will actually null and it will say, okay, you have to resolve, you have to register the services, right? So how we can do that? On that, what I need to do, so here let me create a builder dot service dot add http client, right? So here http client, what I will do, see, there is a many overload method over here, right? So this is a pass the name and all, right? So first of all, what I will pass, I'll just pass a name, which we have to create instance of that http client, right? So you auth, if you go back, I'll show you, see, I'll just create an instance of this name, right? So same name, just call it over here, so that once you call that method, it will actually it understand, okay, this is that resolve your dependency, right? So this is that one. And then what would be the second parameter over here? Let me create a one lambda expression here. And again, what I will do, option dot call that base url, base address, right? And in this base address, what I need to do, simply I have to call that whatever our URI, right? So it is actually, we have to define our backend URI over here. So what is my backend URI? That I can call from that builder, that I will actually store in our uh, configuration file, so that I can call it over here like that, configuration, right? And here call it to our backend URL. So let me call that backend URL, right? So like this, so that also done. And if it is null, so we can just set is, if it is null, whatever our default URL, so that we can set it over here. So as of now, I just set it whatever, just a demonstration perspective, right? So like that, close that. We are missing something over here. Yeah, one thing actually we are missing over here, actually we add one more close bracket over here, that should not be over here because we are using ternary operator, right? So that's why we have to remove that. And this is register done, right? And later on, one more thing, actually we have to add that http custom header, but not for this session, but yeah, in upcoming session we'll do that. So this is done. Also we'll decorate same things for, you know, front end URI as well, remove that guy. So this is not necessary, but yeah, for the standard things mechanism, like if you maintain the standard mechanism, so that should be like that, right? So let me change it to front end. So this is a http client register for front end, and this is back end, right? So let me add like that. And also same things we can do over here. If it is null, then set is this guy, right? Let me remove that. So that is done. And what I need to do, see, this two variable actually we have to getting from configuration, right? So we have to just create it over there. So go back to here, right? Go back to your program, Blazor application. And actually the web application, Blazor web application, uh, there is actually one app setting, they keep it, but they are not keeping in the root folder. They actually is stored in our www root. Inside actually they have to manage over here. So what I will do, simply I have to create that new file, is called a json file, and look for the json file. So this is that json file, and here I have to just add that name, and that name would be your application setting.json file, right? Application setting.json file, add this file. And inside this file, what I will do, simply I have to just create this two property, right? The backend and for front end. So whatever our backend URL, right? So where I can get that backend URL, go to your API, right? And if you go to the properties launch settings, you will get your backend URI, right? So this is your backend URI. So copy this guy and go back to your here. So this is your backend URI. And what is your front end URI? So that also you can check from your front end application. Go to that launch property, launch settings. Here you can get it from here. So this is that, right? So copy this guy and change it to front end. So this should be confirm, like whatever you actually the real URL, you can change it over here, right? So that is done. Now we are good to go, right? There's a some issue definitely will, once I run, definitely some issue will happen. So that will figuring out and we'll solve it. That's why actually I'm not fixing, because that you have to understand actually what are the issue and why it's the issue and how we can fix it, right? So what I need to do, simply go to the solution and configure this project, and I'll actually both project we have to run, right? So that's why I just use the start for this front end and also the back end, right? And apply, okay, and just run this application and let's see. Now backend API is running perfectly, there's a no issue, right? And also if you see over here, front end application also running, there's a no error. Let me check, is there any error or not? So if you go to console, there is a no error and all, right? So what I have to do, that, see, one thing actually I'm missing in this, in here actually we have to set, in this corner we have to set our the register button, right? So in this case, what I need to do, go back to your application and go to that Blazor project over here, and you have to go to layout, and inside this layout, main layout, actually see here that section, actually we can add our style, the login registered button, but as per your feasibility you can just use whatever place you want, right? So many place, actually many things actually we have to do over here, but yeah, I will do on the top. So that's why I have to go to that main layout page, right? So let me remove this guy and add these things, right? So see, this is simple anchor tag, right, which is called the uh, register component, right? And here just simply just call, okay, this is a register, and let me save it. Once I save, so if you see, if you rerun, okay, they want actually the stop the application and rebuild. So let me stop. Now see, now I'm getting this register button. So once I click the registered, now see, there's a some error. That's why actually I'm assuming actually we are getting some error. Now see, there's some error like, okay, cannot provide a value for the authorization provider on this authorization BO, right? Because we have maintained some authorization and authentication over here, we using that authorization provider, right? So what I can do in this problem, actually we have to fix something. So close that, right? And first of all, what I need to do, uh, I have to actually fix the routing. So if you go to that app.razor file, now see, here actually we have to modify something. So what I need to modify, so go you know go to there, and here I have to use that cat cascading state. So let me add that cascading state, and also as well as we have to close that cascading states. Actually this is actually that authentication provider which we have implement, right? So they actually maintain this cascading authentication state. So whatever changes we have done, they will actually cascade, and we as per their, they actually routing that our things, right? And also what I need to do, I have to just simply change the routing view to authorized view, authorized route view. So these two changes we have to done. This is first things, right? So now I think we have to good to run this application again. Let me run. Now your API is running perfectly. Now see, again error, right? So what is that error? Let me figuring out over here. So if you go to that console, so see over here it is clearly saying there is no registered service type of that authentication provide policy provider, right? So if it is getting this error, so let me zoom in for you. See, this is one error actually we're trying to get. So what is that error? Actually we're trying to authentication and authorization, right? So in this case actually we have to register that authorization policy provider. So where is that authorization provider? So go back to your application, right? And if you go to that program.cs file, actually here we have missed one thing. So inside this builder, like builder dot services dot, actually we have to bring that guy, right? And once I done, now I think this should be fine for that complaining, right? So let me run one more time. Now see, now this time is running perfectly. There is a no error. You go to here, there's a no error. Click here and now registered. So once you click the register, now you are able to see that page, right? Whatever registration page. But here actually the style is not good, right? So that also I will fix. But yeah, first let me check like it is registered or not. So before that, first I will check open that SQL server so that we can check, okay, what are the user as of now, and if you add the new user, so that is properly inserted or not, right? So let me open that SQL server and let me check first what is our DB, right? So if you go back to our web API, go to that application.setting file. So this is identity DB, right? So go to here and SQL server, small identity DB, create a new instance and open that tables, and this is the table where we actually store the user, sp.net user. Let me filter that, select star from this and check. Okay, now it have only just one user, right? KKP user. So minimize that and go back to your application. This is application. Let me add something, for example, new user @gmail.com, and password would be test @123 test 123, and click the registered. Once you register, now see, no, don't match, right? So let me again passes the correct password. So this is the correct password. Now click that. Now see, one more error, right? So let me show you what is that error. If you go back here, now this is expected actually, that I was expecting. So that's why I'm not fixing this. So let me show you. See, this is cross origin issue. That is 100% I'm assuming that will occurring. Why? Because see, our front end have a different origin and a back end has a different origin, right? So that's why actually it's blocking, our API is blocking, so it is not a right request. Okay, so how we can fix that? So we will create an different video like for that, but yeah, as of now let me quickly fix that. Go to your API, right? First you have to go to API because this is fixed for an in your API side. So go to that program.cs file, and inside that builder, after some configuration and all, before closing that, right? So here I have to add one policy, right? So what is that policy? So let me add that service. What is that? Service and policy, services dot add course, right? So this is that one, and inside that what I need to do, I have to just use just option and use the lambda expression, and option dot we have to that policy, like see the get policy, add policy, and default policy, right? So we'll add that, if add policy, and inside that we can add as a name, what is that policy name? So my policy name would be like, okay, wasm or WebAssembly, right? And inside that we have to see that other upload method, actually what kind of policy you want to do over here, right? So what I want to do over here, simply I want to create that policy, like for example policy, right? And inside this policy I just create a lambda expression again and call it to here, like policy dot with origin. So what are the origin actually allow in this API, so that actually we can define over here. So with, okay, so policy dot with origin, right? So here is the with origin. Actually, what origin actually you have to allow over here, so that you can just specify over here. So I can specify front end and back end both, right? So that I can add over here. So let me get it from our configuration file, because this is not right way. So let me bring back first, like for this, bring back that. And here what I will do, simply builder dot configuration dot, and here just specify our that backend URL, right? First of that backend URL, and then our front end URL as well, right? So let me this, if it is nullable, then we can assign the default one. And again also we can add another origin, right? So let me add same things over here, builder dot configuration dot, and here we can pass it to front end, so that there is no mismatch, right? Let me add this guy also. Let me bring back the new line, and here what I need to do, simply pass that things, right? So like that. And here what I need to do after that, like see, this is done, right? So once is done, what I need to do, I have to add some specific method also to fix that. So first I have to add that allow any method, right? So allow any method over here. And then there's a also we have to set on allow any header, right? Allow any header. This is actually configuration, right? So that we are trying to set, so that there's a no issue for that. So allow any header. And one last things we have to add over here, allow any credentials, right? So allow credentials, right? So this is done. So now this configuration actually required for this uh, fix this cross origin issue, right? And one more thing, so once you create a policy, that also you actually and decide in our pipeline, right? So how we can do that? Simple, go back to here, using inside this app builder, right? After create the builder, what I need to do, simply app dot, and you just pass it to whatever the policy name. So I just create a policy name is wasm. So that should be same, right? This is should be same whatever we just created, wasm and this wasm. So this little configuration you have to done in API side, then you are good to go to call your front end and back end, right? So let me stop that and start again. Now backend is running perfectly, front end also is running. Click the registered, and now try to add a new user at the rate gmail.com, and then user is test, and now hit that registered. So again some issue. What is that issue? Okay, now see, we have configured, but still we have not set this front end and back end URL, right? In from back end, right? So what I need to do, go back to again. So that actually I miss. So where actually that I'll show you. See, go to that backend API program.cs file. See, I just added over here, right? Backend URL and front end URL, but that also I have not added in our app.settings. So that actually we have to add. So same things, let me copy that guy from that front end, right, which already we added. So I don't want to write again. So same things, just you have to copy, go back to here, and just set it over here. That's it, right? So once I set it, now should be fine. Let me run one more time, and it's also running this. And now let me add the new user at the rate gmail.com, test 123, re-enter the password 123, and now register. So once you register, see, I am registered. And also change your password. Let me skip that and skip that. Now see, you are successfully registered and you are login, right? So let me confirm this. And also if you see over here, there is a no error, as well as if we can see, okay, there is a no network tab over there. Yeah, so let me check in our database first. So as of now, previously it's one user, should be second user. Now see, new user also registered. So like this way also, see the password also is storing as a secure hash password, so that nobody can see. And that is sufficient for that registered user, right? So once you registered, after that actually we can log in. So that also we can do in our upcoming session, but yeah, register perfectly fine. Again, if you, okay, one more thing actually, see this, if you register, right? So let me refresh that, the design issue, right? So let me fix that design issue quickly, because this is not a big task, so I can show you how can fix that issue. So what I need to do, go to that here, go to that cs, go to app.cs file, and in this app.cs file actually we can add few settings over there. What are the settings? They are, go down, because newly you have to create it. So after this code, what I need to do, I have some style over there to fix that style. So these are the style. So label, I have set some label input, and outer div, inner div, and all that. That is a simple design things. Okay, so let me save it. If we can control F5, now see, now it's perfectly looking great, right? So now let me add another user for the demonstration perspective, and let me add new, or demo user at the rate gmail.com, and paste password and registered. So now see, once you register, you are getting that successfully registered, and click the login. As of now we don't have, but yeah, my next session will create that. And also we'll cover that authentication and authorization. See, as of now everybody can access this page and all, right? So once I create successfully, then definitely we have to assign some roles, and then we can we can implement, okay, which tabs or which page actually user can access or not, right? So that is in upcoming session we'll do. And let me see that new user also is logged or not. Now see, the user also created same sample, right, which already we have just pushed in our GitHub link, so you can get it from there, which we already share the link description and all in our video description, so you can take it from there. So what we have, simply we have in this application, we have a Blazor assembly application, and we have a .NET Core Web API. So in this session we don't need to do anything in our .NET Core Web application, but yeah, we have to implement over here. So what need to do first actually go to that services which I already created in last session. So please proceed this session. I'm especially recommend go to the my previous session which we have covered in how to register that new user. So once you are go through that, you definitely understand, okay, what is the files and what is the service we have to create it on that. So what I need to do, simply go to that account manager over here. So previously we have to create that registered user, right? So now what I need to do, create over here, I have to create a login user, right? So how we can login implementation we have to done, that we have to do over here. So let me add at a declaration method over here. So inside this account manager, like I just create a login declaration, right? And here just simply return that form result, right? And it's expected that email and password. So based on the email and password, we'll try to log in and make it the state like, okay, this user has login for this application, right? So once is declaration done, go back to your solution explorer and go to your custom authentication state provider which we have created in last session. So here see, they complaining, okay, you are just created new signature. So what you need to do, simply you have to implement. So go to click that one, and it will just create it a default implementation. So yeah, this is that previous one, register, yeah, this one. So we have to just we have to call over here our that endpoint, login endpoint, which we have in our API, right? So if you see, this is our API, right? So we have to call this login endpoint, and this they are actually we used cookies based authentication, right? But yeah, in upcoming session we'll use that token based authentication as well. But yeah, first I will show you like how we can maintain the cookies based authentication in our Blazor web application, right? So here this endpoint we have to call. So what I need to do, we already have injected that HTTP client. So using that HTTP client, actually we have to call that endpoint. So first of all, let me remove this guy, right? And here what I need to simply I just to create a try catch, because if any exception while calling over there, so we can handle as well. So let me store as a exception, right? And what I need to do, I have to just call, I have to just create this guy like HTTP client, which already I injected in our constructor in this custom state provider, and it is just calling that post as a JSON method, and I am just passing that login user cookies as a true. How we can get this login? If you see your API here, once I just try out, click the true, once I execute, so let's you able to see this is our URI, right? So this URI you have to call. Let me zoom in for you so that you can make it clearly see. So now see, this actually you have to pass with this this URI along with this information, right? That's why we have to just create it over here, like over here. But yeah, it is just complaining because we using asynchronous method, right? So that's why you have to decorate with the async over here. So what I need to do, simply I call that this one, pass it to this, and whatever that information we have to pass like as a parameter, so I'm just passing. So whatever I need to pass, email and password, so let me pass it that and get it stored in our result over here. So once it's stored the result over here, what I need to do, I have to simply check if, right, if that result is succeed or not, right? So let me check that guy. So there is a one property, actually this is a return, it is a HTTP response, right? So in the HTTP response we have that parameter, or this is that property which actually valid, okay, it is succeed or not. So if it is succeed, then what I need to do, I have to update our state provider, authentication state provider, so which where I can get it that actually, if you observe, we have used that authentication state provider, right? So this actually give us to that method, so that once I log in successfully, I have to call that state provider method. So what is that method name? The method name would be your this, right? So notify authentication manager change, right? And here what I need to do, I have to just call a one method which is as overload method, which we have just we have to implement over here. So by default it just implement over here in last session just a anonymous user. But what I need to do, once I log in, so if we log in, so definitely we have that that user cookies information in our browser, right? So based on this, what I need to do, I have to call some other API. Actually, for example, if you see here, so I have to call this endpoint manage info, so that in this it is also actually authenticated, right? So if you pass that authentication information, then you will get that user information, like okay, what is that email ID and all. Based on this, after that I have to call some role information also, right? What is that current user has a role and all. And then we have to create some principal, principal, we have to create a principal object, right? So claim identity principal we have to create it, and then we have to set it over there, right? So if you see over here, see, we finally use this identity like claim principal. So we have to get that all the information from the API, and then we have to create a claim principal, and we have to assign to that authentication state. So that is actually mechanism to validate your authentication and authorization in your Blazor application, right? So what I need to do, simply now let me call this guy as of now, right? And we have to implement actually as of now, just simply we just use that, but yeah, we have to implement more on that. So let me call this, and this is done, right? So few implementation actually need to do on over here. So once I just complete over here, then we'll move it to that. So this is done. Now finally what I need to do, simply the return type would be, if it is success, so pass it as a success user, so true. That is done. And in the exception, right, so whatever exception you want to store, so you can just keep it over here. And then finally it's a return type if it is, suppose it is not success, right? So there is a some issue and all. So what I will do, simply I have to just return type as a, it is failed, and something as a invalid user and all, right? So this is simple implementation of login method, right? Now go back to this authentication state provider method, which actually incomplete over here, which we need to complete. So what I need to do over here, here actually you have to just understand, actually this is a big and big concept, and also it is a main things actually to log in properly in your application. So what I need to do, simply go back to here, and again I have just set over here the try catch, right? In this try catch, I have to call first one http method over here, http client dot get async, okay? And here what I need to pass, I have to call that I already described, right? So this endpoint I have to call, where is that, this endpoint. So what is that endpoint URL? Just execute, so you will get, this is that URL, right? So copy this and pass it over here. So once I pass it over here, it will return some information, right? So let me store as a information over here, like user response, and also it is a async method. So what I need to do, set as a await, right? Now I am getting that informations of that, right? And also I have to check over here, like this is a succeed or not, right? So let me check that one also, check that ensure succeed or not. So if it is succeed, then it's good to go to further uh, step, right? What I need to do next, we got some result, right? So that we have to actually deserialize and store in a somewhere, and then again we have to set in our claim, right? So that actually do some mechanism. So what I need to do in case, first let me store on a user json, right? Because it's a json object. So await user response, see, this is that auto populated over here. User response contain the read async. So whatever response we have getting over here, we can get it from the content, and we can use this method read string to async. So they will returning that complete response from that request, right? And once you get, what I need to do, simply I have to deserialize that object. So let me create this as a variable, right? And here I just using a json serialization deserialize, right? And passing that object, and whatever object actually there is as a string we are getting from here, json string, we have to deserialize to this object. So as of now we don't have this object. Let me create quickly this object, and this is similar to email and all other information, right? So let me create inside this view model, right? Go to there, create a class, and here let me create that user info, and let me create a property which will actually return from that object, right? So as of now they will just simply return this guy and this guy, but yeah, I just additionally add this guy, right? But yeah, you actually in the real project implementation, definitely it can be return your user info with this email id and user id and others also information with their claims. So that's why actually I am just creating this guy, but yeah, as of now we don't require these things, right? So go back to here, and one more thing, actually we have to create that json serialize option things, right? So let me just quickly create that guy, right? So let me create a private field for this. So go to top and create another private field for that json serialization options. So let I just create for that whatever camel case, actually they can just ignore that, right? So that policy we have to just add it and use this json serialization option to for the deserialization perspective. So this is a concept of deserialization. So that is fine. Once is done, what I need to do next, so now we got that information, right? User information. So let me check this, right? And tab and add this, close that, right? So now if it is not null, then we have to do something. So I have to just create claim. First I need to claim, store as a claim whatever information we get, right? So let me create a claim over here like that. Claim, new list of the claim, and inside this list of the claim, what I can do, simply add that user information inside this claim. So first I just insert, create for that name claims, and as well as just email also, right? So whatever claims you want to create, you can just create it over here. So that is one, right? And just close that, right? Well, we have just created claims for that user information related things, right? And now we have to add, there is a one, this user information, like see, we have the dictionary object, right? So could be happen like this, in this API can return, multiple claims over here, so that also we can add it over here. That mechanism I'll show you, but yeah, in this session actually we are not using this by, but yeah, for your use this perspective, actually I have just created for you so that you can use that. So what I'm going to do, additionally whatever additionally claim we have, we can just add it over here like this as a address method inside this claim we have, right? And first up, just we have to skip that two things, like okay, whatever name and email, because we already added over here. So that's why if again we have getting the information of that claim like name or email on that uh, claim list, user information claim list is a dictionary, so that actually we have to skip first, and then whatever new things over there, that we simply just edit with using that key and value. That's it, right? So this is the way actually you can do. And then once is done, what I need to do actually, now we have to call our role endpoint, which is that, if you go back to again our endpoints API, so which I just created for here, see this roles, right? So whatever that user is logged in, right? So whatever that current roles, so that we have to get it from this uh this user role. Where is that user? This is add user role, right? So get user role, so this one. So pass on that email ID of that particular user, it will return that whatever roles they have, right? So let me just show you, like if you execute, so we have to just pass this API using as a query parameter, right? Pass that email ID, so it will return list of the roles of that particular user. So this API we have to call. So now go back to your code. Here again I have to call this http get method to get that user information. So let me call that, right? So if you see over here, so again I just call the http client get async method. Simply I pass our API, which is this, right? This is C API role get user, and then query parameter, and uh, their email ID and whatever information, right? So that we have to pass over here. We have the information of the user email, right? So we have just passed over here, and we can get the information as a http response. So once I get that in response, again we have to check, right? So see this is, we have to check, okay, ensure that the status code is 200, right? So once I get the 200, then we have to again just get that response, right, from that string, JSON string. So like that actually we have to just get it, the response contain read as a string, and again we have to deserialize that roles, right? So let me deserialize again, same things what we have done for deserialize here, right? Whatever response we get from this response, this request, so same things we have to do over here. So now again simply I just create a roles variable, deserialize, and this time we just deserialize with this string array, and this is our response, and just create that pass it that JSON serialize options. So now here, right here, we can just check again if it is not null, and uh, also we can check like if it is length, right? So we have as a length, looks for example and roles dot length is greater than 0, then actually we have to proceed our logic, right? So also just make it not available. Okay, so that is fine. So once it's done, what I need to do now, we have the roles. Okay, and again we have to iterate this role using that for each loop. Let me create a for each loop over here, and we have that roles. So let me name it a roles, and here what I need to do, I have to just whatever claims we have in previously, right? So this is that claims, we just add all the other information, same things, I just use this claims, and we have to add all the roles inside this claim. So dot add, use that new claim types dot roles, right? It is a role types, we role actually role claim we have to add, and whatever the values, right? So this is a value, and that's it, right? Like this way actually you can add whatever roles is a particular user, like suppose user has a 5 roles, right? So admin, hr, on other roles, so they can add inside this claims. So now our claim has ready, right? All the claims, like they have user information, they have roles information, everything is done. So once you're done, what you need to do, so inside this user information, right, inside that user information tag, here I just create an ID, like user ID or user information. You can just whatever things you can call it. New claim identity. We have to create a claim identity over here. So pass it that claims, whatever we claims we have, right? We already created, and here, so the next type is, see, there's a overload method here. Actually they're expecting the type, right? So whatever type actually we are using this claim identity, right? So as of now I told you, like, we are trying to use cookies based authentication. So what I need to do, I can set as a cookies, right? cookies Cookies authentication and authentication, right? So that you can make it. But yeah, also if you want to use this same class as a string, so we can use it, that guy. But yeah, that is best, right? So let me add this guy, for example, name of whatever authentication we are trying to use, we can just pass it over here. So you can just make it this custom authentication provider, so you can make it over here, or just you can make it a cookies authentication, so you can just pass it as a string type, right? So you can pass it like that. Actually we have just create a claim identity, and what I need to do next, simply I already just create a user principal, right? See, this user principal already we have to create it over here, right? So this is that, claim principal we have to create it in this private field, right? So that actually we have to store our things. So go back to here, uh, go to here, like same user, we have to assign new claim principal, and pass it to our id. That's it. Now it's done, right? Okay, by mistakenly we add one more equal assignations. This is not a, we are not comparing actually, right? So we just assigning the value. So what you need to do, simply you just create the claim principal and just passing your claim identity, right? And now it is, we have that, this claims actually, we have that sufficient information, that particular user, right? So that actually the valid user, right? Like this actually we have to create the claim principal while getting that a response from that API and all. And then what I need to do, I have to just set authentication is a true, right? Because it is authenticated. So this is done, right? So this is the way actually you have to implement your get authentication state, so that once I logged in, now see, go back to your login again method. So here once you to get that response, it is login successful. So we trying to set that, our authentication state, right? So this method actually will do making that state, whatever the current state of a user, if it is authenticated or not. So they will actually forcefully tell, okay, now it is states correctly, like for that login user have this information and all. So based on this actually we can use in our components, right? So let's me go to now creating our components, right? So once it's done, go back and go to your components. Previously we just created registered, so now I have to create that login component. So create a login component over here, name it login, right? Create a login component. So here I have to just create, yeah, a login implementation should be over here, right? So simply, first of all, I just add it, decorate this page as a @ page using that \login, right? And once it's done, now I have to call that service. Actually this service actually required, right? See, I account manager service is required because that method we have login method. So that login method we have to call from this component. So what I need to do, simply @inject. So there's a way actually we can inject our services over here. What is my service name? Let me call quickly over here, copy that, go back here and pass it to over here and call it to act, right? And actually it is a reference missing over here. So what I need to do, simply add that reference. It's coming from this namespace, so we have to add it over here. So in here what I need to do, I have to just create, one form actually, which can we already see in our here, right? So if you log out, log in, so this form actually we have to build, right? We are actually accept that email and password. So let me create a form. I'm not going to create a one by one line for design because it is a design thing. So what I will show, simply I just copy and paste over here. So see what I am trying to do over here. I just decorate an authorized view because it is a, you know it is a decorate this component as a, if it is authorized, so you will get this, you can just show your whatever login user. So that's why we have to decorate this authorized view. And if it is not authorized, then what I'm trying to do, simply I just using one condition. If it is any error, so I will show that error, right? And this is actually design part. So we have a input field as a, enter your email address. We have that another input field, we have the password, and this is a one click event, right? Which we can, we as of now we don't have this method over here, but we implement. So let me implement that. So before that, first let me create some property which we just use over here, right? So we use that errors property or error field. We have used the email password, right, which is bind in our uh, HTML. And then finally we have to create our login method. So let me create that login method and I'll explain how is actually working this. So see, we just create a simple login async method over here. First of all, I just just set as a false, right? There's two things actually, success and error is a false, and then also empty array. And here just simple a validation mechanism over here. If it is this property is empty, then it is returning a validation message. This property is empty, the validation message. And then here actually see, here I injected this account management service, right? So this service, what we are trying to do, simply call our login method, which just we have implement in this session, and pass it that email and all. Once they get, so definitely it will give that result, right? It is success or fail. If it is success, so definitely we have to set password and false, and then success flag as true. If it is false, then we have to set that error and all, right? So like this, it is a very simple component, right? So once it's done, we are good to go to run our application. But before that, what I need to do, I have to actually this login component which we have to add newly, right? So that I need to add in our main layout. So go to your layout. It is a main layout. Here we just call, see, if you see on the top, there's a login and register, right? So previously we have to add the register, but yeah, that login component just we have to create it. So we have to add this button over here. So let me add this button similar to that. So this is that login button, right? Simple, the ref href and login, and this is simply I pass it the login. That's it, right? So this is login done. And one more thing actually we have to show, we actually maintain over here. If you go to nav menu, right, so see, so what I need to do in the navigation section, see, as of now that navigation, there is a no decoration. Okay, so everybody can, if it is login user, it is not login user, everybody can see those tabs, right? So we have to decorate such kind of things, so only login user can see that tabs. Along also those user has this particular roles, that also they can able to see that tab. So that actually we have to decorate. So let me decorate first that one, then we have to try to our testing, right? So first of all, what I need to do over here, so let me add this authorized view. Actually the authorized component we have to use inside that. So only this home component, right? So after that home component, what I need to do, simply add this authorized view, and after complete over here, just close that authorized view, right? So inside this authorized view, only authorized people can get that access, right? So let me add another component, authorized component, decorate over here, and just set it to over here, this, right? So now these two component, for example counter and whether, only authentication user can get access, otherwise no user can get access, right? So that is done. So before run, just make sure your both project actually is a multiple running mechanism over there, right? For example, as of now, see, if I run, so only this project will run, right? Multiple project we have to run, because it is a tightly dependent on that API for our application, right? So what I need to do, simply right click on the solution, and go to that configuration project setup. Here you have to set multiple project startup, right? So here just add start, apply, okay, and then now we have a set of multiple project setup. Now run. It's failed. So see, one thing actually I just miss over here, see that it is saying I just create a one component. Actually that component should not start actually lowercase, right? So it should be a Pascal case. Whatever component we have to create it should be a Pascal case. So that actually I did wrongly over here. So what I need to do, simply just change to Pascal case, and then we are good to go. So backend is running, front is also is running. Now see, we are getting one error. So let me check what is that error. If you inspect, if you go back to console, now see, it is not an error, but yeah, it is saying like whatever you are trying to request, right, it is authentication, right, unauthorized. That is perfectly fine, but actually one thing I missed that in our implementation. So go back to our project. If you go back to project solution over here, if you go to that authentication service provider here, uh, if you see that get authentication state provider method, if you go down, now see, this is one thing actually I just by missing that one. We don't throw any exception if it is not authenticated, okay? So it should not be throw any exception. So that's why what I need to do, simply just pass it over here, ex, right, and stop that and start running. Now this time see, there is a no error. If you want to inspect, you can see over here, uh, yeah, there is no error. Over here is a console. What I need to do, I just simply registered, not registered, I just log in, right? So once I log in this user, if I click login, now see, this login is done, but there's a one more error. Like see this, if you see this, once login success, we are getting the success, but yeah, this one is failing because we are calling another API which we are returning, but it is saying simply unauthorized, right? Let me zoom in for you. So this is unauthorized. It is expected because what actually we have to do, see, whatever cookies we are getting, right, after login, whatever cookies we are getting, we have to store in our cookies, right? So if you go back in application, you have to store in this cookies section with some values, right? So that part also we have missed, so that also we have to add. Actually that's why I haven't implement, because I want to show you what is the problem we trying to do implement, you know such kind of things, step by step. So what could be a problem, we can get it. So that's why I've not implemented. So what I need to do, go back to your applications, and in this case, if you go to the program.cs file, now see, we are actually calling our API. See, this is HTTP client, okay, and this is our API backend API. We are actually calling. So once I call, so whatever response and all, we have to set one header, actually that cookies header. So how we can do that? That is called actually custom HTTP header mechanism. So that I have to do that. So what I can do, simply go to the service here, just create custom HTTP handler. So create a custom HTTP handler, and here what I need to do, simply I have to inherit like this delegate handler, and here we have to one overload method actually, that is need to call like overload, and we have to call this send async method, this guy. And here simply whatever the request and all, they will actually call in our base, they have to add our base. So before that we have to add our custom header, right? So let me add that cookies headers over here. So this is one request that set browser credentials, right? Use that enums. And then second, this headers actually we have to add it over here for cookies. So http requested with this http request array, right? So this header we have to set. Once you set this custom header, we have to call in our program.cs file. Here whatever http client, here actually we have to call that guy. So how we can call it? Use that add http message handler, and here simply you just pass it to that guy, and that's it. Let me bring back this one. So now this configuration also you have to taken care once you create your custom handler, right? So how they would know, right? So every call they have to know, okay, this is a custom handler, we have to call before and right before using this whatever dependent, this is a dependent on our http client, right? Whatever actually we have implement, we have to create here. So that also we have to register. So we have to register if you trying to use dependent this one, so you have to register. So let me register first. Builder dot services dot add, or sorry, add transient, and here just simply pass your custom handler name like this, copy, paste, and that's it, right? So now run. Now front end back end is running, front end also running without any error. Let me click F12, it is perfectly fine. Click the network tab, click the login, pass it the user, pass it that password, and click login. Once you log in, now see this time 200 200 200, and also you are able to see this guy, and also I'll show you the cookies. See, you are able to see also the cookies, whatever cookies just created, right? They just store in our browser, right, in the cookies section. And if you go to the network tab, login success, information also success, get role also success. Now you will see, you are able to see the response, this user has a two roles, right, which they provided, and also information they provided this one. So like that, see, login is done. Once you login done, you are able to see is two tab as well, right? Because this is authentication user, that's why you are getting to this, right? One thing you observe, like see, if it is logged in, so you are able to see, that is fine, but still you are able to see the login user, login tab, right? So this is not right actually. So see, if you logged in user, so once you click, see, it is saying it is logged in user, but it should be changed, right? So that we have to change. And also one more thing actually we have to add over here. Okay, let me fix this first, then we have to add the roles as well. Like now if I log in with the admin user, so admin roles only can access this tab. Or if I user this, if I logged in with non roles user, so they are not able to see this tabs, right? So after authentication they have to logged in, but yeah, only based on that now tabs which authenticate or not, based on the role based authentication, that will also will mechanism, right? So let me fix first this one. So if you go back your application and go to your main layout, now see, this time I just simply this is a layout page, right? So I have not actually decorate anything over here. So what I need to do, simply I have to decorate these things, right? In these things only, just if it is not, this login and register only will appearing once if it is not logged in user, right? If it is logged in user, so what I need to do, so authorize view component, and inside that we have to check, okay, authorized. If it is authorized, right, so then we have to specify, right, over here as a logged in user, right? So let me add this line. See, this is a logged in user, whatever current user, that is adding. And also we can add as a logout things. So as of now we are not implement this guy, but yeah, just for that showing purpose, like, okay, it is logged out after the login, it appearing the button only, the logout button, right? And if it is not authorized, right, so let me copy this and wrap it to end of this here, right? So that here, and after it is not authorized, right? So if it is not authorized, then these two things we have to show to the user. So this is one fix. Let me fix that and save it. So once I save it, if I go back without stopping the application, I think it should work. Now see, now it's perfectly working. Like whatever logged in user you're able to see over here. Also if you go to any tabs and all, it will not lose your logged in state, right? And if you refresh also, there is a no issue, right? If it is logged in user, you are able to see this information till you not remove your uh, cookies, right? So that we have to do, right? And now another things actually we have to do, that roles, right? Suppose this roles, for example, this kkp user has that multiple role like sr role and all, right? So let me go back to code, to that main layout and navigation menu, go to that navigation menu here. For example, this is this two tab is fine for the any user is logged in, they can able to see. But yeah, let me create a one more tab. For example here, right, here I have to just create a one more tab which only admin user can access on that tab, right? So let me create again that authorize view, right? Let me authorize view, and here let me create authorize, and inside this authorize we have to create this nav menu, right? Let me create a one nav at a time over here, and case create it to change it to name like admin user only, right? So admin user only can see this tab, and we can change it to the change admin user, right? So as of now we don't have this component, but don't worry, I'll just create this component as well. And what I need to do over here, see, in this authorized view, right, in this authorized view we have to set, right? So let me set the roles, okay? And here only admin role, okay? So only this admin role, okay, let me stop that because it's complaining. So only admin role can access on this admin user component only, right? So let me quickly create that component. For example, here inside this page, create a new component, Blazor component, call it to admin user, right? And add over here. And simply what I need to do in this component, we actually we have to handle as a navigation part, but we have to handle component part as well. Like suppose somebody is forcefully call this component, right? Then definitely they are able to see if it is logged in user. So that also we have to prevent. So first let me add the page route. So this is my page route, could be admin user, right? Or admin access, or admin user, that is fine. So admin user, and what I need to do second, that at the rate, right, and at the rate attribute and pass it to authorize. And authorize, let me bring that namespace. This is that namespace. Okay, it's still complaining. We are importing the namespace, but it's still complaining. So what I need to do, simply again, just we can write, yeah, that is done. And see, if this authorize attribute, we can specify the role as well. So let me add that role, and we can pass it to role, so that only admin user can access in this component, right? So this is one. And let's see this component and accessibility, right? So this is, we have to call the admin user. Also actually we have to mention this as a here in the navigation, right? See, this is done. And let me start. Now backend is running, front end also running, but see, still they getting that old login, right? Why? Because still we add in our cookies, right? So once till alive the cookies, it will appearing over here, right? So let's see, once you log in this user, you are able to see this guy, right? So let me, as of now we don't have logout functionality, so we can't remove that one. Actually we can't log out, but yeah, we can forcefully log out over here. But don't worry, upcoming session will we do that. So go to application, remove that cookies or delete over here. And once you delete, definitely if you refresh, so that should be logout, right? So see, it is logout now, though not access and all, right? So what I need to do, uh, simply log in as a normal user, like new user. And is this new user, I don't think we have any uh we have any user role and all. So let me check also. Click the network tab and just pass it to that password, logged in. So okay, so this user does not exist, so that is fine. Let me check another user for the demo user, logged in. Okay, now see, demo user, once I logged in, so they are successfully actually logged in info, but yeah, here actually they miss, right? So see, there's a no access for this role, because whatever user, this demo user, so demo user I have that not a particular that user role, I guess, because this get roles required some admin user and that user. So let me quickly see what are the roles over here. If you go to my controller and go to the role controller, and here get roles, right, get user roles. Now see, it should be admin and user, right? So what I need to do in this case, simply this get user role, you can just simply authenticate, only authenticate user can get their information, right? So we can just simply remove your roles condition over here. Only authentication user can get that their roles, so that is fine, I guess, right? So let me stop and run this application. So this is one modification you have to do in your application in our web API. But yeah, uh, one more thing, actually you can do that, like see, whatever user role you have, like, so for example you have 5 roles, right? So that 5 role also you can just mention, so definitely you can get that access. But yeah, either you can mention all the roles, you can just remove that roles, that is fine, right? So now see, still the demo user is logged in, because demo user last time actually see. And also one more thing, actually see, demo user actually stored the cookies, so that's why it's login perfectly. And that admin user access is not there, right? So let me, if I forcefully call that admin user, and once I hit enter, clearly it will say you are not authorized, because this demo user don't have an access that admin facilities, right? So that's all for this session, right? And an upcoming session actually will implement the logout things. And also we are many things we have to implement. For example, we already registered and login, but yeah, we have to assign the role and all of the things we have to implement in this Blazor WebAssembly application, also with this .NET Core API. Yeah, till now it's good. And this is same example which we have to covered in my previous session, right? Which we have, one of the Blazor app using the WebAssembly, and we have a .NET Core Web API with the .NET 8 also, the framework we are using over here. So what need to do first of all, we required actually one logout API, right? So if you run this application, I'll show you, but before run, one thing you have to just take care, like just set up both application together. Like we have to set up this both application as a multi startup project you have to set up, so that's why it's required. So once you run, see if it is running, and go to that web API one. So this is my web API, right? So here, see, we have that all that identity authentication endpoints which we have registered, login and all, but also we have role and users, but we don't have any logout. And this logout mechanism actually we have to use only uh, for that cookies authentication and authorization. If we are using normal JWT token authentication, we don't require any API and all for that logout. So that also will cover, don't worry about that, upcoming session will handle that. But yeah, as of now, we have to create first logout endpoint. So how we can quickly create that logout endpoint? Let's me close that, go to your API project and go to that controller section and go to that you can just create a new controller, or I guess you can use that user controller. Simply what we have a existing get endpoint in this user controller, and similar to what we need to do inside this class, we have to use another endpoint. Let me call it to public action result, and that make it to logout, right? So simply log out, and we have to pass as a body, right? So what would be the body? It should be as a empty body. So as of now, I'll just use as a form body, and that call it like, for example, object, and just empty object, right? Let call it as a empty as of now. And then inside that we have to use some some inbuilt identity user, sign in identity user. So how we can achieve that? Before that, what I need to do, simply create a constructor. I have to inject that services, right? So what is that service? That service is called like sign in manager, and inside that, what I need to do, I have to just add that identity user, and in this identity user, let make it a variable and inject inside this constructor. So use that private field, right? Create a private field and just assign to here. And once you assign, then we are good to go to use this sign in manager. So let me add this guy, sign in manager dot sign out async method, right? So this method actually we can use it for that logout, and it's properly remove our cookies and all. So also it is async. So what I need to do, I have to decorate with await and async, and then also we have to use the task and quickly fix that, right? So now it is fixed, right? And also it's want actually some return type, right? So let me fix that error quickly. And also return type would be whatever return type. So let me return is okay, whatever success, then it should be written okay. And we have to decorate actually this whatever object, right? So what I need to do is check here over here, if that empty is not null, then actually we have to proceed that, right? So not null means whatever empty you are sending just should be that guy, for example, like this empty body, right? So like that, or also you can use that empty is not null. That is the best, I think, I guess, condition. So yeah, by this actually we can complete our logout method, logout endpoint, and we have to decorate something over here. First of all, this endpoint only authentication user can use that, right? Means authorized authentication user only, right? So this is a way to we can decorate, right? And then also we have to that it is a post method, so that a user can post, right? So this is completely fine, right? And once your endpoint is ready, now you have to move it to back your uh, Blazor application. So go back to your Blazor application, go to your Blazor application. Here simply you have to call that endpoint, and just that's it, right? So where you can do that, previously we have done in here is the services folder and account manager. We have to create a register user and login user. Now we have to use one of the logout user, right? Let me call it that as a signature. It is simply nothing we have to return over here, and go back to your implementation. Now go to that implementation. Where is our implementation? Here actually our implementation cookies, custom authentication state provider. Now let me quickly create a default implementation of that interface. Once you default implementation, you will get that this one, right? So now what I need to do, I have to just implement that guy. So simply remove that first and use as a empty body, right? This is an empty body. And what I need to do, I have to just call as a empty content also over there. So simply I have to write a one code, create a empty variables, right? Like that, like where empty content, and just use the new string empty and pass it to whatever empty variable, and using that whatever type of the application, application type, right? So this is application type as a whatever we are trying to use as JSON type, right? So that is the way actually we have to create it, that content. And then once you content ready, what you need to do, here we have that http client already injected, right? So let me quickly show you here, right? So that you have to call that method, that http client, and in this http client we have that post method, and this post method simply we have to call our API, right? And what is my API? My API would be, if you go back here, I see this is my logout endpoint, right? And if you just try out execute, so what is my API name is API logout, right? So let me copy quickly and go back to here and pass it to here, like API then logout your method, and then simply pass it to our request body. So what is my request body? This is my request body. So let me pass that, and that's it. Like this is a post async, so simply you have to decorate with async a bit, and that is sufficient, right? So this is a calling your API over here, and once you calling whatever we are doing in this API, they will complete and get back to over here. And finally after that we have to just simply notify, actually we have to update our authentication state provider, so which we have already done over here. So like that, so simply you have to just call this guy, so that whatever current state they will maintain in our Blazor application. So simply you have to use notify authentication status change, and then pass it to this method, which already we have to covered in previous session. So I'm not going to details on that. So now it is complete logout, right? But one more thing, actually one more method actually we required. So before logout, right? So if you see our demo, so there is a logout button. So if we click that logout button, so we have to first make sure, like, yeah, it is properly authenticated or not, right? And also it is properly check out or not, right? So that we have to check it. So what I need to do for that, we have to check, okay, it is authenticated or not, this particular user which we trying to log out. So that method also we have to create it. So how we can create it? Simply again, if you go back to here, go to your account manager here. So here what I can do, I have to just create another method, like for example this guy, right? So this check authentication async, right? So it is authenticated or not, that we have to check. And once I checked, if it is success, then we have to actually go to a logout. We have to call that logout method. That's why. But yeah, as of now it is not clear. Don't worry, once I create a logout component, definitely you will clear why we have to create this guy. So let me create first as a service completely. So let me implement this guy and go back again to your authentication, custom authentication here. And if you save, so you have to just implement that guy. Now see, it's complaining. Now just implement default implementation. So once you default implementation, it's asking to that remove this one. And simply what I need to do, I have to, because we have a method where I can get okay it is authenticated or not, right? So call that guy. Once I call that guy like that, right, and also make it to async await, and that's it. And once I get this guy, definitely what is the current state, I will get it. And then we simply pass it to that authentication which we can maintain over here in this top. If you go to top, this is authenticated, so it will tells okay your current user has authenticated or not. This actually property will tell you. So let me simply pass it to this property. If you here simply return and pass to that guy, that's it, right? So now implementation perspective has been done. Our services is two services done, like go log out and check authenticated user or not, right? And now we have to create a logout component. So here I have to create the logout component. If you see, we have create all that login register and all inside this component. So let me right click on that account folder and create a razor component. And here you have to create a logout component. So quickly we have to create log out and add that. Once we add, so simply first we have to declare it as a router, right? So is a route, it's call like this page, like slash whatever base URL and then slash logout. And then we have to inject that service, right? So let me inject that service, inject, and what is my service name, account, or let me copy that guy, this account management uh, interface, right? So let me copy this guy and paste it over here, and then make it to, for example, ACCT, and bring back this namespace. So let me bring back that namespace. So yeah, that's done. Once your service injected over here, now we are good to go to use that guy. And this is fine as a tag, like it is a logout button. And what I need to do, something we have to add over here, like if it is logout, so what should be the message and all, right? We have to show in the demo, we are showing a one message over there, right? So how we can add that? So before add that, just let me call this service, right? And on this initial method, so let me call is override, and then on init async method. And here what I need to do, simply just tab, and it will create it on here. So this is a life cycle of that Blazor application component. So this is a first life cycle hook. So once your component load, right, so this life cycle will be called. And what I need to do inside that, now see, now we have to just first we have to check, like if act whatever our service, right, this is service dot checkouts. Now see, now this time we are calling that method which we have to create it just now, right? So this guy, check authentication user. So why I'm checking, I'm just checking because once this load, this component log out, if everybody call or directly load this component, first they will check okay if it is authenticated or not, that particular user which we trying to log out. So if it is successfully authenticated, then we are trying to log out, right? So that's why actually I call it over here. That's why we have to create it that and call it over here. And simply we have to just, it is async method, so decorate with await and change it to this guy and call this and remove that guy. And inside that again we have to call another method, right? Let me call await account and this logout button or logout method. And in this logout method, it will proper to log out and it will remove our cookies inside our browser. And simply, in lastly, we can just call that base, simply whatever the default things over there, that we can call it over here. Or if there is no required actually this one, but yeah, as of now I just keep it. So that is done, right? So this calling method perfectly fine. Now what I need to do, so this is a authorized view, right? So this is this component related to authorized view. So what I need to do, simply I have to just create, just one property. This is a authorized view, and this authorized view we have to set as a private property, and that we have to decorate over here. So simply I just uh, copy that, right? So see, I just use a one authorized view, and this authorized view actually we have to pass one reference that we just call it over here, and then inside this authorize. Okay, so if it is authorized, then if it is showing, okay, log out properly, right? If it is not authorized, then it will tell, okay, you are log out, and with this login mechanism, right? Because suppose we already click that logout button and it's properly log out, so then this section will appearing, and if it is not log out, then this section will be appearing if we calling for, you know if we call forcefully of this component. So don't worry about that, I'll show you in a demo. So that's it for this implementation, right? Let me check quickly in the main layout, is there anything missing or not? Go to that main layout, and here we have already logout button, that is perfectly fine, and that's we are good to go. Okay, so let's try, right? Let me run and see in actions. Once you're running your application, let's see first, our API, right? So where is our logout API? Now see, we have to create our logout API inside that user controller, but we have not specified. Okay, so see, this is endpoints which we have mentioned, that is a slightly different, right? So just first we have to make sure, okay, whatever endpoint we have to create it just is correctly, right? So if you see over here, that is wrong, right? API logout, but our main API logout user is that API that user. So let me fix first in our API side, right? Go back to our API project, and here's my API project. Go to that user controller, and here we can just pass the name of that call is logout, right? Log out, and save it. And now let's see what is the name of now. Now see, user API user, then logout, right? So same things we have to do in our uh, application. So here API and slash user, and then logout, right? This is one changes which we have to done. And now stop, and let us start one more time. Now API is running and this is fine, and go to your Blazor application. Now just try to log out. So it's already logged in a cookies, so that's why it's logged in. So what I am trying to do, simply I just try to logged out and see in actions what happened. So let me F12 and see what's going on, and just try to network tab also. And if I try to log out, now see, it is logged out, but again it is after that logged out, it is just call info things, right? So that is unauthorized. That means it is gone from this cookies, and once they try to again logged in, so it is not logged in, right? So that is perfectly fine. Now see, it is perfectly logged out. Now let me try login once more time, or before logged in, just try forcefully logged out component, right? Logged out. Once I logged out, now see, it is saying it is properly logged out. And if you want to register, if you want to log in, so you can log in. So let me log in one more time, and I'll show you what happened, the uh full flow, right? Clear everything's, and just logged in first. Now logged in, it is logged in with this user. It is called 3 API, and it is logged in properly. And if you go to applications, so you will get inside this cookies section the cookies over there, right? And once I logged out, click that logged out, so see, it is gone. And also over here, it is logged out call, and then again try to get the information, it is not getting the information. That's because we don't have an cookies and all, so that's why it's unauthentication, and that's it, right? So this is where actually we can quickly handle that logout things over here. And that's all for this session. Same example which we have, right? Now if you see, this is that our web API application, right? So this is our web API application, and this is our Blazor web application, right, which is a standalone application using WebAssembly. So we don't need to change anything in our here, because we already have that user role which I already covered, right? So this is a role controller, and here we have that get roles, as well as we have that add roles. So both we have, right? So we don't need to do anything. What I need to do, we have to go to my web application project, Blazor application project. Here, first of all, I have to just implement two service. So where I have to implement this service, I have to go to that custom authentication state provider, right? Here I have to uh, go to that account management, right? So let me go to this guy. Here we have these are service, right? We have already registered, login, log out, and check out, right? So here what I will do, simply I have to just add that add role or get roles, right? So let me create that first, both service. First let me add this guy, like get roles, which will return all the roles which we have in our system, in our API. They will return back. We have to create that role model as well. So let me quickly create this role model, and go to that model folder, go to here and create that class, and make it the class name is role. And here what I need to do, simply I have to add few properties which will related to our roles. So let me add this quickly. So this is that ID and name, right? ID represent whatever ID, and then whatever roles. So go back to our uh, I account management uh, class interface, and here, yeah, we are good to go here. Now also one more service actually we have to implement here, that also required to add all the roles, right? So let me add that one also. First let me implement both roles, both actually service, then we will implement in our here. So yeah, that again add roles which will accept multiple uh, roles, like for example, if user send to single or multiple roles, so based on this actually we have to add it uh, in our database, right? So like that we have to implement. Now how we can implement? So for that implementation, what you need to do, you have to go to this guy, custom service authentication state provider. So you have to go this guy, and here let me implement interface. So once I implement interface, it will give us to default implementation. So we have to implement and our things, right? So see, first of all I just remove that guy, and here what I need to do, we have to simply call our http method, right, which will interact our API, and they will return the result. So first let me add a try catch block over here, so that whatever, if I face any error and all while uh, connecting to our DB, connected to our API, so we can capture in our here, right? So that is the best over here, so we can keep it over here. Then what I need to do, simply I have to call that http client, which already we have to inject it over here, right? So that's why I'm especially recommend before proceeding this series, because this series actually that already we continue, so many things we have to implement. So you have to watch my previous session, so that you can understand, okay, what is that custom authentication, what is that custom http handler, what is account manager, and what actually how we are set up this project structure and all, or everything actually you can understand. So yeah, to further implementation, we have to require to over here to get role. What I can do, simply I have to call that http client, right, dot get async, and here I have to pass that our API endpoint URL. So what is my API endpoint URL? if you see, this is our running here, our API also is running. So this is that guy, get roles, right? So if you try to execute, and if you see, this is my URL. So this is my base URL, so I don't need to record that base URL, but yeah, I have to require to whatever method URL, right? So that I need to copy over here and just simply pass it to that over here. And then we don't need to send any parameter and all, so we are good to go over here. And then simply it is async method. So what I can do, simply await, use that async decorated over here. And then we have to store as a result, right? So let me store as a result over here whatever this HTTP client return a response, we will store as a result over here. And then in this result, actually we have to read some content. We call HTTP response. See, this is simply responding to HTTP response message, right? So it have few things which we can return our result. So how we can do that? That is very simple again. So let me add this guy to result dot content, right? And then content dot read as a string async, right? So here they will return whatever response we have, because everything should be written as a content. So once I return, I will read as a content, so I will get that response. So let me add again, like for example response, right? And let me store as a response, and also it should be await, because it a synchronized method we have to use over here. And then whatever response we have to get as a string, right? So that we have to convert in our model, right? So what is my model? So this is a model I just created, right? So simply I just need to deserialize, right? And let me deserialize that JSON deserialization mechanism. I can use it over here. And here what I can do, simply I just make it a list to return and that response. And also we can pass it to JSON serialize option, so that whatever configuration, right, we have to set actually over here in the top. So yeah, this guy like camel case things we are trying to ignoring, so that things we can use it over here, right? And we have to store our roles uh, roles list, right? So let me add as a role list whatever deserialize again, right? And then here I have to just check, like, okay, if it is succeed, right, then what I need to do, simply I have to return over here, right, whatever response I have. So this is my response. I can just simply return to here, right? And then after that, okay, so if it is exception, so we don't need required to send an exception, we can log it over here. And then finally final return, we can simply return empty roll of list, right? So return over here new list of role, and that's it, right? So yeah, like that we can get our list of roles by using our API, right? Like this is done. Let me formatting. So this also formatting done. Now moving to next, add roles, right? So let me implement this guy also quickly, so that we can implement our pages razor component to use those services. So in here what I can do, simply first of all, again I have to just I have to call one HTTP client over here. Let me call that HTTP client, and that HTTP client, we have a post method here. There is actually many way to get or coordinate our API. So one of the way actually we have to use like this way, right? Get, post, and also we can use other method also, like send async method. So many way actually. So as per the requirement we can use over here. So here what I will do, simply again go back to our API. Which API I need to call over here? I need to call add roles, right? So see this guy, once I execute, see, uh, this API required actually request body as a uh, array of a string, right? And also this is that URL, right? So let me copy this guy and go back to here, and then here what I need to do over here, see, they asking a request URI along with HTTP content, right? So we have to create one HTTP content. So how we can create that? Simply I have to just create a one variable, for example here content, right? And in this content, new string content, use that string content. And here I have to record, see, there's a menu overload method, right? So what I need to do, I have to record this method, right? So we have to pass that content and then whatever type converter, right? And yeah, this guy, like encoding, and then media types. So what are the types, right? So whatever things over here, like, so this is a string roles, right? So we have to just return back as a string array, string content. So simply again JSON serialize, right? JSON serialize dot serialize, and here just pass to your roles over here. And then once you pass your roles, and now we are good to go this content, and then we have to encode it, right? So what is the encoding format should be over here? Encoding dot utf-8, right? This is a formatting. And then we have to pass the media type. So what kind of media type actually we have to pass? We have to pass application dot json. So let me quickly pass it, that application json over here, like that. Well, like here actually you have to just create your content, right? Whatever your request body, whatever the type, and whatever that format, right? So you have to just prepare over here and simply copy this guy and pass it to over here, and that's it, right? So now close that guy. Now we are good. And here again we have to use that await async, and here I need to again to store as a result. Let me store as a result, and then we have to check once we are getting the result, is it succeed or not, right? So again we have to check over here. If it is succeed, what I will do, simply have to return to succeed, and otherwise it should be fails. Now see, it is succeed, then fine. It is fail, so then we have to return over here, like that. So succeed method should be false, and error list, like, okay, API has some issue, right? So like that actually we can set it. And also we can decorate this guy using try catch. So let me use the try catch as well, so that we can avoid that exception and all. So let me store this guy, cut from this, and paste it over here. Yeah, now we are good to go to implementation for both service. And let me formatting over here, and let me remove that spaces. Yeah, now see, it is very straightforward implementation to add roles. Simply I call that post method, http client port machine passes that URL and content, and then we are returning back to success and fail. That's it, right? So now our both service has been created, like these two services we have to create it, right? So now we have to call these two service in our add roles, right? So first what I need to do, go to your components, go to that account section, right, which we have already login, logout, and registered. And we have to just newly create that component, that add roles. So let me call that guy add roles, right? And let me quickly add it. So once I add it over here, so we have to decorate something, and we have to design something. So I'm not going to good design over here, but yeah, simple, we have to focus on the implementation part. So first of all, what I have to do over here, I have to just create some variable over there. So first variable would be first property would be our here, like we have to create a one role list which will contain all the list which will user should be add on the UI, right? And then whatever roles we have, we can send we can pass it to our API, and then API will save it to in a database. So like that we have to use this guy. And one more property we have to create for here to bind that result role list which will get from that API. So API return role list to is to bind here, right? So like that. Okay, so one also we have to bring that namespace. So let me bring the namespace. So this is two property, and then other properties actually just we can add. For example, if it is success or fail our API while adding our roles, so that we can keep it here submitted messages over here, right? And then one more thing actually we can add over here, that is called this guy like normal message. So whatever message um, if already exist or not, so that we can keep it over here, right? That, so yeah, don't worry about that. As of now it is not clear. So once I implement the method, definitely that time will be clear. And the final property would be over here, the last one, that is our new roles. So whatever user adding new roles, we have to keep in this property. So that's why we have to create this few properties, right? So once you create a properties, what I need to do, I have to call, I have to create a one method which will we call that that get alls API. So right, so what I will do, simply call create a private void method, and here call the roles method, and we have not required any parameter or null. And simply here I have to call that service, right? This service. So first of all we have to inject this service. To go back to your here, right? And just add that service over here, right? And then before add this here, we have to decorate something inject, and then this guy, and then use ACCT, right? And then also we have to bring back that namespace. So bring back the namespace. And one more thing actually we have missed over here, we have to decorate as a page route. So which route actually you have to call over here? So we have to call this guy add roles, right? So if I call using the add roles in a route, so this page or this component should be called. So like that actually we have to set up. And once you set up, simply go to that method, call this guy ACCT, and see all the method is available. So first I will call this method, and this method simply return our list. So let me add as a list, right? And then store over here, and it is a asynchronous method. So we have to use that await async method. And finally, see, this list we are returning from API, right? And this list we have to assign to our role list, so that we have to try to bind over here. So let me assign this guy over here, this guy equal to list dot to list, just decorate it over here like that. Now it's fine. And then we have to do one more things over here, state change. State change method we have to call, so that once load this component again, we have to it will take some time, right? So to load the data, so once you get the data, so again it should be state change, so that whatever data we have, they proper assign this one, and they will now refresh our UI. So that's why I call this guy state change. So now our get roles is completed. So let me create some HTML for that. So that first we have to check, okay, whatever get roles we are trying to get, they are binding properly. So for the HTML, what I will do over here, first I will just check at the rate if, right? And then the role list, whatever role list, right? So this is my role list, and this role list I have to check it should not be nullable, right? And the count, if it is greater than 0, inside that what I will do, I simply decorate with ul, and inside that what I will do, I have to just create one for each loop, and inside this for each loop I'll have to just call this list to go over here, and then we have to bind as a li, right? So let me create that li, and inside this li what I will do, simply item dot name, right? So whatever name, role name, we have to bind over here. So this is a simple design, so we can do, the as per our requirement we can use our grid and all, and quick grid also we can use it. But yeah, as of now it's very simple design, so that's why I'm using, because it is only one property, so that's why I'm using this guy. And once it's done, right, so what I will do, simply our list should be bind over here, right? So let me save it. And one more thing, actually, that life cycle hook we have to call in this component. There's a concept of Blazor. Once I every component, actually there is some life cycle hook over there, right? So call that first life cycle hook, let me call that guy like using override and on initialized method, right? So use that guy, and inside this on initialize method what I will do, simply I call this get roles, and that's it, right? So once I call this guy, we are good to go to call and bind this data. So let me see it is properly binding or not. So for this what I will do, whatever newly component I have added, right, so that we have to add in our um, navigation menu, right? So go to that navigation menu, inside to here, like see, we are already specify admin role section, right, in our navigation menu. So inside that what I will do, simply I have to call that navigation over here, like that. So simply I just use the navigation, and here whatever our route name, right, so this is my route name, copy this guy and change it to over here, and just make it to label name over here. That's it. And one more thing, actually, we have to do over here, we have to decorate this guy so that nobody we have to decorate with authentication directly, so that nobody can directly access this page without that authentication, right? So for that what I need to do, I have to just set the attribute. Everything actually we have already explained in our previous session. So yeah, that's why I will especially recommend go to first my those session, then it will clear actually. So yeah, once it's done, so what I will do, simply I have to run this application. Now see, there is a one issue. Only API application is running, right? Our Blazor application is not running, right? So what I have mistake over here, if it is closed, see, this is only select that uh, one application, right? There is a two application, but it is selecting only our API application. So in this case, what you have to do, that go to here, go to your solution, and right click on the solution, go to that uh, startup, yeah, configuration startup project, click on that. Once you go over here, choose that multiple one, and here you can just change to start both project, right? And then apply, okay, and then we are good, right? So see, as of now it's selecting the multiple project, and once you start, both projects should be run, because it is dependent, right? Our web application, it is dependent with the API. So yeah, here our API web application is running. Also see, our our API also is running, right? So now what I will do, first I will just try to log in over here. So let me log in with the admin user. I have, this is my admin user, and once I log in, see, once I log in, all that component, all the section you are able to see over here. Without admin login you are not able to see over here. And once I click add roles, so now see whatever roles we have, you can able to see all the roles over here. So now one thing is completed, like get role roles, right? So whatever we have the roles in our DB, like for example if you want to see, so let's see, this is my same DB. So these are all the roles we have, right? And those roles actually we are able to get over here. That is perfectly fine. Now second thing we have to implement, which we already shown in the demo, we have to add new roles, so that whatever user add a new roles, so they have to add to our database, like using the API. So now close everything, right, and go to that project, and here that next section where I have to add that new roles, right? So let me add few things over here to add the new roles. So first of all, I have to create one method which is actually add roles, right, and remove roles. So first let me create a one method, for example private void add role, and here simply nothing I have to do that. We don't record any parameter and all. Here I have to check if is string dot is null or white space, right? And then this property which we already create new role, right? So first we have to check, okay, if this property is not null, then we have to add our roles inside to there, right? So let me add that whatever roles, right? So whatever our role list, where is our role list? So this is my roles, right? So these roles we have to add these roles, add and then add these roles, new roles. So like this way actually we can add the roles, right? And before adding roles over here, there is a, some scenario can be happen, like okay, if already have a role, so that duplicate role should not be add, right? So that also we have to make sure whatever roles we are trying to use, right, I'm trying to add over here, that should not be exist. So that way what I can do, simply again it try to is exist role, we can check in this roles already have that roles or not, right? So let me check that guy using that roles dot exist, and here we can use our one lambda expression, right? And that lambda expression we can use like x dot contains and passing to that new roles, and this is that new roles, and that's it, right? So it will return actually true or false, right? If it is exist, so it will true, and it will not exist, that it will false, right? So based on this, again we have to check one more condition over here. If it is not equal to is exist, right, is exist role, then we have to add, otherwise we have to skip, like that. And then if it is not exist, right, so if it is exist, so what I can do, I have to simply whatever message I have to add it, right? So I have to just add this message, decorate this message, and show to user, okay, it is already exist, right? So like that we can use that message. So like this guy, right? So already exist. If it is not exist, so simply what I can do, at whatever message over there, we can just clear that message, string dot empty. So this is done, right? So add roles functionality, like this way actually we can add it. And one more thing, actually see whatever new roles we have added, that also need to clear. So once complete, everything would be complete. Here what I can do, simply I have to just string dot empty, also we have to clear that guy. So like that we have to implement that add roles functionality, and then we have to we have to record one remove functionality as well. So let me clear that also, so that we don't record again to writing any things. So let me create another function over here, private void remove role, and here we have to pass actually the role, whatever role you want to remove from that list. So let me create this function like that, and then using that roles, and then remove that roles and passing that role, whatever role we have to pass, like while on click event, right? So like that actually you can just remove that roles. So like that actually we can we are good to go to create our HTMLs, or we are create to our design, right? And one more thing actually we are pending, that is submit one. So which will call, see, these two things just handle for the UI. So if user want to add the roles, user want to delete the roles from the UI, so that actually to that functionality we achieve using this one. But once all the roles we have added in this list, this final list, so then we have to call our API, which will call a final submission button, and they will save to our API, right? So what I can do, simply create another section over here, and here I just need to call uh, one if conditions over here first, like, okay, if roles, see, whatever this roles, right? So this roles, if it is count 0, inside this 0, what I can do, I have to decorate, I have to just create a one design, for example, like this, like div, create a one input text field, and create a one button, which will just nothing, it is just add button, right? So whatever input text box we have trying to bind this property, like this one, right? So whatever user will type, we were trying to bind this guy, and once I click that add button, right? So where is our add button? This is our add button, right? So I just call this add roles. So once I click the add button, this add roles will be fire, and this add roles will be check, okay, this new roles have a value. If it is the value, so then if it is check, okay, is already exist or not. If it is not exist, then it will try to add and clear, and that's it, right? Like this way. And also this is if it is first time, like if it is count 0, right, which is the first time, so then we have to do that. Otherwise, what I can do in this else condition, I have to just create a, to just iterate through that function, right? So whatever roles, if has a value, so then we have to iterate through the for each loop, and then store as a variable over here, and then again we have to call these two things, right? Okay, one is the input text field, and another one is that button, which is nothing, it is a remove button, right? So we have a value, so we have to try to bind in this text box, which will be disabled, right? And also this is a remove button, which will call this method, will passing that whatever user role existing, so the roles will be over here, and then simply once I click, it will remove, and then this is good to go, right? And if suppose if we have a value and we have to trying to bind, but in this case what I can do, the next time, suppose, see, this is the first time, it is fine, but it is the next time, once we have a value on this roles, so we have to record again, user can add another roles, right? So suppose they have 3 roles already added, but they want to add more roles. So in this case what I can do, simply I have to create another text box over here. So this will we create a new roles, again a new text boxes, right? And then along with the that add roles, right, add roles button, and this will be add again here, and they will add it to the roles, and they will bind over here, like this way actually we have to approach, right? And then finally what I will do, I have to just decorate one message, right, inside, after that here, after that here, which is nothing but this message, right? So this message we have to trying to bind it over here, so it is exist or not, so that we have to show that UI user like, okay, it will be already exist or not. Okay, so don't worry about that. If it is not clear, once I run this application, definitely we trying to debug, I'll explain everything again. So let me run and see in actions. Now is running, and also it's store our authentication in the cookies, so that's why automatically login. And once I killing add, now see, this is first time call, so that's why this text box and button is appearing. And once I add, for example, let me add a new role. So new role, when I add the new role, so see, once I add the new role, they will be disable this guy, and also the button will be changed to add to remove, because if something, okay, so I have added something but it is wrong, so user can forcefully delete or remove, right? So let me add new role again, and then add. And again, suppose I just by mistakenly add a new role again, duplicate role for this trying to add, so it will saying, okay, it is already exist, right? So this is a very powerful functionality we can use not only here in the Blazor application, anywhere we can use that one, where we can add uh, multiple data, right, trying to add. So like that actually we can do that. So if it is already exist, that is fine. And yeah, that's fine to that functionality. So once this functionality completed, now what I can do, once we have added a role, we have to record one final submission button which will call to our API and submit this adding this role, and this result will be refresh. So let me move again to our project, and let me implement that guy. So what I can do for that, simply nothing I have to do. I have to add one more design. For example, here after this section, in this else condition section, what I can do, I have to just add this guy here, and here I have to just create this submit button. As of now I don't have a submit functionality over here, so that I have to just require to create. And let me create quickly over here in the last. So what I can do, simply private void and submit button. So let me call that guy, copy this guy, submit role. Here we don't pass anything because we have already stored in our role list. And then here what I can do, simply whatever message we have to edit, right? For that first we have to clear, right? We don't need to record anything first, and then we have to call our service. So where is my service? So this is my service instance, and here where is my function? This is my function add roles, and it is expecting that, you know, list of roles, right? So where are my list of roles? This is my list of roles. So copy this guy, not this guy, uh this guy, right? We actually storing this guy. So copy this guy and go back to here and dot to array, because it is a list of array and we require an array of list, right? So that's why we just need to convert over here, and that's it. And then here we have to just set the decorate await async, so that we can avoid that exception. And then finally we have to store this as a response, and we have to check that response, whatever response we have, response dot succeed, right? So now we have to check, okay, if response is succeed or not. So once it succeed, we have to set, or we have to tell the user, okay, this is submit message successfully. So I can just set it, okay, submit message successfully. And also after successfully that message, what I will do, whatever roles, right? So whatever roles we are passing over here to add, we have to clear over there. So let me clear that guy. And then in the else condition, what I can do, in this if have some error and all, which will return API, right? So we can just simply add this guy, right? Okay, fail to save roles, right? And then in the last, finally, once I complete, we have to call, we have to refresh that data, right? Our if I not close, okay, yeah, that add roles data also should be called, right? So that For that, what I can do, whatever new roles added, again we have to fetch the data and we have to reload this guy. So how we can do that? Simply we have to call this this method, because this method everything we have, which is actually calling API and binding the data and all. So let me call this guy and that's it, right? And let me stop that and run again and let's see. So now see, API is running in backend, right? And front end also running over here, already logged in. So let me add roles over here. And now see, first time it's not load any roles and all, a submit button. But where once I add my new role, right? And once I add, now see, I have a submit button, and let me check all the functionality is working and expected my new role again, so that should be not adding a duplicate. Yeah, it is duplicate, so it is just removing. So let me add another one, my another role, right? And then add. So now see, it is perfectly fine. And once I submit, so see, submit has been done, right? And also you're able to see this guy, right? So whatever new role we have added, so over here, but yeah, that message is not appearing, like okay, which we have implement, right? Why? Because if you go back, see, I just tell okay, submit successfully save, right? That is not appearing because I have not decorated that guy. So let me decorate quickly, that I can decorate, and the last of that here button, right? So let me add that guy h1 and then decorate over here and save it, and then stop that, start again. Now log in here, now go back here and just let me quickly, right, add, and suppose, yeah, see, submit message over here. Yeah, I just added a wrong place, I guess. Yeah, go back to here. Yeah, actually, yeah, see, I just added simply, I've not added actually that that variable. I just added simply just text, right? So that's why actually it is problem. So what I can do, simply just decorate with the at the rate, because it is a code block. So whatever property we have to use, so we have to use inside that HTML using the at the rate, right? That we have mistaken. So let me here start again. So API is running perfectly. Go back to here, add roles. Now check my new role again, right? Add this guy and then another role, right? Add this guy, and once I submit, again it's not populating, right? So yeah, that's why there's some mistaken we have done, right? So what mistaken we have done, let me check. Like see, where I just took a place, right? So yeah, we have to place inside this, this else condition, right? So see, in this, what is that condition? If roles have a 0, so this section will call. If roles have a more than 0, means that have a roles value, so that time call this guy. But what happened once I just submitted, see, once I submitted, I forcefully clear this roles, right? So that's why this section will not call over here. So what I can do on this, in this case, let me copy this guy and keep it the outside that message, and just save it and close that, and that is start. Now this time hopefully should work. Add roles, let me add something, and let me add something. So see, already exists, so it will not allow. So let me add something, right? And it is fine. And then once I submit, now see, I'm able to successfully save, right? And also if I fail in our API, so also it should be changed, that this guy. So let me check quickly. Suppose I have already HR and then try to HR submission. So see, if that API is fail and it's saying fail to save to role, right? So like that actually you can implement quickly in our Blazor web application along with API to get the roles and save the roles. In an upcoming session, we'll actually complete this complete authentication and authorization series. So that's why actually I'm just creating one by one all the sections. So as of now, I just created add roles. Now next session we'll complete or we'll implement like assign this role, right? Because see, we have register user, but we don't have to assign that roles. Whatever roles actually we have to provide that user, right? So that will be implemented in upcoming session, and we'll do many things for this upcoming session. So for here we are good, right? We are complete all the things over here. Go to that solution, right? And here that solution we have that API. This is my API project, and this is my Blazor WebAssembly web applications project, right? So what I have to do first actually I have to just create um a user API, which will cover like, okay, user can retrieve the all the users, and user can retrieve that by the email ID, right? And also user can able to delete, and user can able to update, right? So those service we have to create it first on our API section. So first I will do have to just create actually first another user service, create a new service over here. So click that here and go to that, select the interface using that user service interface, and here we have to declare some services, right? So whatever we have to trying to do over here. So first what I will do, I'll just create one signature for which will be written uh, all that user list of the user, right? So that will be written, and obviously we have to convert our DTO because we have not directly sent whatever our entity, right? So that's why we have to just create this model like user model. So go to that here model folder, create a new model, and create that model. And here what would be the our model property over here, whatever that user information we want to retrieve, so that information we can add it along with, this is the user information, but we want to return that along user with this their roles, whatever roles they are exist that current user. So this are those are property we have to mention over here, right? And additionally we can add it, but yeah, you can just manipulate as per your requirement. So this is done for that user model. Now go back to your user interface, right? And here let me bring back that namespace, and that good to go. Now just declare all the signature what we have to trying to implement in this API. So I will just implement again get user by that their email ID, right? So this is another one, and then also we will try to create another service to update that user based on this email ID along with that whatever respective the model. So based on this we will trying to update, and also we will delete using that email ID because email ID is a unique, right? So that's why I'm taking that email ID. So based on this email ID I am able to delete as well. This four service actually we have to trying to implement in our API, right? So let me go to that implementation, concrete implementation, go to that services again, create that concrete class. So create a class, and here what I'm trying to do, I'm just create a new user service concrete class, and simply injected that iUser service and implement that method. So these are the default implementation they provide by the Visual Studio. So what I will do, I will start from this guy, right? So let me cut it from here and take it on the top, right? So that we can start implementation in this process. So now first I'll just require that service like identity user manager service. So how we can get it, create a constructor, and we can just simply inject it that over here. So what would be the name of that user manager service? This is that user manager service which will coming from that ASP.NET Core identity uh, server, and then I will use that identity user, right? And then you can just make it a variable and just uh, create and assign that field inside that constructor, so that we are good to go to use, right? So now we are good to go to use that user manager which will return all that user informations, right? So first let me create a model which we are trying to return in this user get all the users. So create that model. Now we have to return that list of that user model which we have to create it, right? So like that, and then second things, we have to just get it from that user manager as a user information, right? So that user manager dot users dot to list, right? So we can just convert it to as a to list, and then we have to store as a variable, for example, users, right? So once I get the user, now we have that all that list of that identity user, right, which is a identity user. But here you are seeing like we are trying to convert to our that user model. So what I am trying to do over here, we have to require some conversion. So in this conversion, either you can use some advanced conversion, like for example automapper and all, but I will not doing that because I many session actually covered in my previous session. So you can take a reference and you can edit, but yeah, here just I will keep it a simple. I just simply use the for each loop, and in this for each loop, what I will do, I will simply just iterate to that users list and edit to our model, right? Let me create a model first, right? Okay, so see, this is just simple model. I just created a new model and assign whatever that our informations, right? So get it from that user, iterate to one by one and assign to over here along with their roles, right? So where I can get the roles, we don't have a roles inside that user identity user. So for additional roles, if you require that particular user, so what I can do, I need to again call another service, which is where, let me create a variables over here, where, and here where user roles, right? And then here I will use await and use that user manager dot get roles async method, right? So this is get roles async method, and this is expecting, see, this is expecting identity user. So where I will get that identity user, see, this user list has a identity user, so I'll just iterating one by one. So those things I will just add it over here and get it that user role, whatever that current user, like see, this is our current user, right? So based on this current user, I'm getting the roles, and that roles I just simply assign to over here to convert to list and make it to as a enumerable list of the roles, right? So like that, and simply, and the last things, once I added this user model, I will add in this list, right? So what I will do, simply response dot add the user. So one by one I'll just edit the user and convert to our DTO, and then finally I simply return to the response. So like that we can easily implement that get all the users, right? So like that, this is a good for that get user. Now moving forward to our next implementation, which is actually get user by the email ID, right? So again, simply for here I just remove this guy and get it that now that user. So how we can get it the user by the email ID? There is an inbuilt function that is called find by email async, and which is expected actually email ID, right? So that we can get it. And also if I using await, so definitely we required async, right? And then async, using async await, so you can get it that user identity user. And here again same things, whatever we do for that list of user, again we are iterating that roles, right, that particular user. So that things also we have to get it again, get the user, right? And then let me get it the user again. So make sure like, okay, if it is not null and all, that also you can check it, but yeah, I will not check over here there. So that is fine for me for the demo perspective. So they are, let me get that get the roles again by the user. So I also getting the user along with that roles, right? So now we have to just manipulate that user and roles in our this models, right? Sorry, actually, see, this is a by mistakenly wrong method we are trying to implement, right? See, this is I'm trying to implement in the delete by the email ID, right? So that is a wrong. So what I will do, simply just cut it from here and go to this guy. So this is that method actually we trying to implement, which will return get user by the email ID, right? So what I will do, simply those implementation be required, and then further what I can do, simply I have to just convert to DTO, right? So let me conversion over here. Let me create a user model, and just again just passing that user information assigned to over here along with that roles, right? And just using that async also. So once you the asyncs, and then finally you have to return that user model, right? So now like that we can implement get by user by their email ID, right? So this is done. Now moving forward to the delete one, right? So delete one also is very simple, which we can just simply we have to trying to delete, right? So what I can do first again I have to just find the user using that email ID, right? So this is the way actually we can find the user manager. We have that find method, and then we can get that user, and in this user we have that, for example I'll show you user manager dot, we have that delete async method, right? So in this delete async method, see, the expecting identity user. So where I can get that identity user, I can get the identity user from that above, and then we pass it that here, and then simply we can store as a result here, and just use that await, and then we can return whatever that result status, right? So return that result dot succeed, right? So there is a property also, boolean property. If it is success and fail, they will actually um, tell us like okay it is fail or success. So based on this actually we can simply creating our delete method as well. So that is also done, delete also done. Now the last one is the update one. This is actually complex one, so that we have to trying to update, because see, in update, not simple update. If you see the demo over here, I'll just open again. So if you just click that edit, now see, this is simply we can get that information and we can update, but the complex part is the user assignation, right? Because see, suppose there's a multiple scenario we have to need to handle over here, like user, if it is first time, so then we can just simply select and then assign and adding over here. But suppose again user comes and just remove this guy, right? Suppose remove this guy and just selected this guy, so that actually we have to think, okay, so which one we have to delete? We have to delete this guy, but additionally they have to adding this guy, and we have already existing this guy, right? So this kind of things actually we have to implement in this update section. So that's why it is actually complex. So don't worry about that, we will take care and we'll actually try to make it simple. So let's get start over here, that update one. So first what I need to do, I simply get that now user identity, right? So why that actually we have to create again that now using that user manager, find that email async method, and here they will return back to our identity user. So now we have the identity user, and here first I will check if it is identity user, if it is null, so simply return back over here, right? We are not going to further. And now if it is not null, so then what I'm trying to do, simply we have to trying to update whatever data the user are passing over here. So user just passing that username, email ID and phone number, will just trying to assign in this identity user, right? Whatever the new data we just updated over here, identity user. And now what I have to do, I have to just simply update. So how we can update? Using this guy, right? We have that method, update method. So use that identity user manager dot, here that update async method. In this update async method, see, simply they tells okay we require that identity user. So where our identity user, this is our identity user which this updated data. So I have to pass over there, and that's it. Like that we have to update the user, but there's the complex part still pending, that is actually that assign the roles and delete roles and right like that, right? So let me add it over here. Now see, once I update that user, right, user got updated, but that whatever actually we have to assign some roles as well, right? Suppose user send 2 roles, 3 roles, and again comes and then again remove some roles and adding new roles, right? So those things actually we have to manage. So once you update that user, now we have to trying to implement that complex part. So first let me check, okay, if it is update success or fail based on this, right? So like that. So what is that update response? If it is success or fail, so we can check it, right? Okay, we have missed something over here. We have to use that now await, because it is asynchronous method we have to use, so I have to use that await. So now see, they have the property of success, right? So if it is success, then what I'm trying to do over here, I have to just uh, getting that roles again. We have to trying to whatever that current roles that particular user, right? So but that we have to trying to get it over here first. So let me get that. So like that, okay, again user manager has that get roles async method, which will pass that identity user. If that identity user pass, we will get that, okay, this user have how many roles, current roles, like that. For example, in this user has the two roles like admin and hr, right? So that we are trying to get over here. So what I need to do next, now once I get this current role, we have to you know uh, we have to check, okay, so whatever that current roles have that user roles, right? So whatever that user roles, suppose user send then some roles, right? Suppose user sent two roles, so those roles, and which is that new roles and which is the existing roles, right? So that we have to trying to do over here using this, you know we have to getting that roles which we have to trying to delete actually. So for this, what I'm trying to do, see, this is my current roles, and then accept, be using that accept method which is providing that here, and then we have to pass that roles, and here whatever our current user assign roles they sending, and whatever that existing roles of that user, we just trying to use that accept method and getting that these roles actually we have to trying to remove. Suppose for example, we have current roles like admin and user, right? And then user actually send like this user model, right? So for example, this user actually send over here like user role is sending uh like whatever we have, like we have a admin and user, right? Current have admin and user, but they are passing over admin and then hr, right? So now see, let me copy this guy over here and paste it over here for that understanding perspective. Now see, user role they send to update, right, for this admin and hr, but previously we have that particular user admin and user, right? So that means admin is a common, right? So that is fine, we don't need to take in care as of now, but yeah, I will do something for this as well. And but see, this hr and user, right? So hr also, this is a existing user which is does not sending again, but yeah, that new sending that user that need to adding over here. And this admin we don't need to take in care over there, right? So that admin we have to remove that admin, right? So that's why whatever they newly added, we can simply add it over here. So like this is actually, that's why I told you it is a little bit complex, but don't worry about that. See, based on this I'll just using, so first I will get that what now roles we have to trying to remove. So this is the way actually we can get, okay, whatever roles we trying to remove, which is that common roles we have already, so that we have to trying to remove. So we find, okay, this is that common roles like admin and admin, so that we have to trying to remove. So this is, I will get that remove over here. And then when I get that things, so then again we have a method over here like underscore user manager remove from, see, there is a one method, right? So remove from roles async. So this method I will use, and here what I will do, I'll just, they actually require that what that identity user you want to try to remove. So this is my identity user which I have already, this is my identity user. And then what roles you want to remove that particular identity user, right? So that roles we have to get it from here, so that I have to pass it. And then once I pass, they will remove the remove list, right? So let me store as a remove list and make it a await, right? So like this way actually we have to trying to remove. So this is a remove, right? First I have to remove, and then we have to assign that roles, whatever the new roles, right? So again, just let me check if it is that response, it is success, right? So if it is success, then again we have to we have to get some unique roles again, right? So how we can get it, that unique roles again? Simply again, whatever that user, right? So suppose example, this user has the roles, and then whatever current roles we have, right? So for example, again, see, user has a that admin and HR, right? And current role has a our as a admin and user, right? So what I can do this time again, I will you accept, I will use that, that reverse reverse logic, like for example, admin role, whatever roles, accept that now current role. So I will get that, okay, so what is that, common roles, right? So unique roles we have to find. So like that we can get that unique roles as well. Like see, now see, I this time I use that user roles, right? So this user roles accept this guy, that whatever current roles, so it will return back that unique roles, what is our unique roles. So that we have to trying to get, right? So if I trying to get that roles, right, and then what I trying to do over here, I have to just add that roles, unique roles. So only unique roles we have to trying to add over here, like so that we can avoiding that complexity. So let me add that, for example, this guy, right? So again I will use that role service. So I already created one role service in my previous session, so you have to take in care that guy. So if you go to that role service, see, this guy, so in this role service, add user roles, right? So I already created this function, right? So this function, what we're trying to do over here, I'll show you. Go to that role service, and here add roles, add user roles. Now see this guy, right? Add user roles. We are just actually whatever based on the user email and their roles, we are just first trying to get, okay, what is that user, based on that user email we are trying to get. And then we actually trying to check, okay, whatever user sending the roles, that also should be exist in our current system, right? So that's why we have to trying to use that existing roles method, which already we have to implement here. We trying to find, okay, whatever role manager, right? So this is a role manager which is coming from here, like see, this role manager coming from the role manager, right, which is provide also an identity server. So this role manager actually will check, okay, whatever roles, like suppose user sent admin, HR on etc, right? So that also exists or not. If it is not exist, so that it should be not adding in this list, right? And if it is exist, so that will be adding over here. So that make sure avoiding that uh, unnecessary fake data, right? So that's why we have to trying to use this way. So this is way actually we have to check, okay, existing roles as exist or not. If it is exist, so whatever existing roles and whatever the sending roles, they should be common, right? So was for example, existing roles, we have checked, we found 3, but we have sending us the user, that is 4. So that means one role they are trying to assign, that is not present in our system. So in this case we have not trying to adding, right? So that's why we put this condition. And this condition, nothing we have to do, whatever just roles we just pass, we using that identity user and that roles, right? So they just assign that particular user. So like that we have to trying to this service. So go back to your user service here, right? So let me bring injected that service. So what is my service? It is I role service, and just create a new variable over here, create and assign that I role service. And simply we have to use this I role service over here, add roles, and passing these informations, and we are good to go to get that result. So now we are getting the result, and whatever the result, it is just true false. So simply what I'm trying to do, simply return that roles, right? And that's it. Now finally, if it is anything is wrong in this process, I will simply return false to add to end, right? So like that we have to trying to implement, right? It is little complex over here, but yeah, you have to taken care. If you go through this code, definitely you will get that understand, right? Because see, let me clarify one more time. Actually, I know it is complex because once I implement, definitely I spend many times to over here. So what I'm trying to achieve over here, see, whatever current roles we have, right? Suppose we have again, so let me explain again. So current roles we have a admin and user, right? And user want to update, like again next time they come, okay, and they want to update, okay, admin and HR, right? So in this case, what happening over here, see, let me zoom in for you, right? So what happening this time, now see, this previously we have that admin and user, but user sent again admin and HR. That means whatever user they actually remove, right? So that means user should be removed first over here, that existing role. So that's why what I'm trying to do, I just compare this, current role, except, I using that accept method. That accept method will be, exclude all that, that guy, right? Whatever they sending, they will return, uh, they will actually exclude and then return back to the result. So what will they return back to the result over here? They will return back to result only over here, that user, because user is not there, right? Because user is here, but user is not in this current role. So that means it will return that user, and then user should be removed, because user they actually removing, because previously it was user, but they actually remove that user and then adding new roles. So that's why what I'm trying to do, this user I'm trying to delete, this user, right? So first I'm that delete that user, and then again what I'm trying to do here, again I'm checking over here. So whatever that current role, I suppose again comes over here, user sending over here, that user role again admin and HR, right? Suppose same admin and HR they sending, but here whatever the current role is our this guy. Now I have current role only this guy, right? So current role would be admin and user. For example, let me add here, and let me specify over here current user. So this is a current user. So current user are admin, right? Admin and user. So, and also we have to actually remove this guy, right? Because user already we have removed over here, so we don't have a user. So let me remove this guy. Now we have only admin, and what I'm trying to do over here, we actually again excluding whatever roles already we have that current user, that we are trying to excluding over here. So what is that current role we have? Admin, right? So we have to trying to remove that admin from this current roles, right? So let what we have the final result over here, final result would be over here HR. So only we have to assign this HR to that particular user, right? So like this way actually we trying to implement this update and assign to that user roles, right? So now I think it is much clear. So what I will do now, it's complete. Let me collapse all the method, and now we are good to go to implement our endpoint. Now go back to your project, and here go to that controllers. Let me create, already we have created, actually the last time we have created that user controller, right? So go to that user controller, and here I will just try to implement all the endpoint. So let me add one by one. So first of all, uh, I have to just inject that user service over here. Let me injected user service, I user service, actually I user service, and just injected and assign, and here now see, user service we have to inject it over here. Now we have to just change this method, because we have to return this get method. Previously just fake, we have written the fake content, but yeah, we have to trying to implement now is a real user management system, for the real user management system. So what I will do, Simply I just adding first that authorize section in this endpoint, so that only access for that admin user can access for this endpoint, right? And then in here what I'm trying to do is just get that guy, right, user service. So in this user service, let me add bear store as a user list, right? And here I will use that user service dot get all users, and we can get that result, all the user result over here. And simply using that await, and this await, so definitely you have to use the async and using the task and wrap it by that iaction result to the task. And then finally this should be written over here. So let me return over here like that. So whatever result I have, simply I have to return over here. So like that we have to trying to implement, and we don't need to do anything else for this endpoint, right? So this is way actually we can implement our endpoint of that get user list. Now we have to implement all that other endpoints, for example get by user and all. So let me quickly create those endpoint as well. So let me create that endpoint, for example admin, and then we have to just decorate as http get, but we this time passing that as a route parameter as a email id, right? And then what I can do, simply I have to just create a method that public async and action result again by email id. And here again I have to call that service, right? So this is my user service which have that method get by email id, and simply return to that whatever return we have that service, so we have to return the result. So like that we can implement this endpoint as well, get by user by that email id. Now moving forward to another one, that is update, right? So again let me create that one, right? See, again we have to set that authorize as a admin role and pass it that as a parameter as a email id, and body parameter would be our model, right? So let me create a method for that. So this is that method, and here simply I just using as a route parameter as a email id, and that from body I'm expecting that user model which will return all that user informations, right? So like that, and simply I call that service and update method over here, like that update user, and here, and then simply we have to check like okay if it is success or fail, because this is update one, right? So if it is success or fail, based on this actually we can just put that return type, that's it, right? So now we have to finally we have to implement that delete expose method endpoint, and again we have to set the decorate authorize and http delete method. And here we have to create a method, for example this guy, and then again delete method expecting that email id which is getting from that route, and then be using that service delete method. I use that user service as a delete method, and we have to simply decorate our return type, like if it is success, so then no contain, and it is not success, then mean bad request. So this is done. Now let me build it and run it. There is a one issue I'll show you, that is important actually. So once I run, now see it is running, but I'm getting one issue, right? See, okay, so this is another issue, but yeah, because already we have run our that demo session. So what I will do, simply stop that, run one more time. Now once you run, so now see all that endpoints we have just created newly for that user, they actually over here exposing over here, right? So let me just try out execute. So once you execute, I'm getting that 401. This is expected because I'm not using I'm not actually logged in. So first I will try to logged in. So let me logged in with this cookies authentications, right? So let me add a username and password. So this is my admin user, so let me add this guy and my password. So this is my username and password, execute. Now once I execute, I logged in, right, as a cookies authentication, and once I try to execute, so definitely I'm getting this error. So why this I'm getting this error? See, it is actually be using I user service which is not actually registered, so that is important. So let me close everything, go back to your program.cs file in your API project, right, and go to that program.cs file here, because we new service actually we have to introduce, right? So that's why I just have to register over here, add scope, and then using that I user service and their implementation. That's it. Sometime actually we are miss that thing, so that's why actually I'm not resolved. I'll show you like this kind of issue you can face, right? So now try to log in again one more time, and let's see in actions. So again, let me try to log in this guy as a cookies authentication. Use that our admin user and my password, execute. Oh, by mistakenly adding wrong password, so this is my correct password. Now see, it is logged in, and now go to your endpoint, get user, and try to get. So now I am returning back whatever the data, right? See, this is my user and their roles. This is my second user and their roles, and this is my third user. This is my third user and their roles, right? So like this is my, which I'm trying to log in, right? So this is my current logged in user. So this have a two roles, or others ones we have a one roles only, right? So like that, we can use it, and also just check that all that endpoints also it's working fine or not, like get uh, get by email ID, also just trying to get that information, for example passing that email ID over here and execute. Now I'm getting that result, right? So it is fine also. Now go to this guy, put, right? So let me try to update something, so passing that email ID and then pass the informations. So what I'm trying to do, update over here, for example, see, I have that now this information, right? User name is this guy, so let me change it to username is something like that, right? So let me add like username as a super admin, and email ID is something uh, admin123, and also let me remove the extra code, and phone number, for example, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and then roles would be whatever we have current role, we have that admin role, right? So what I'm trying to do, I will remove that admin role, and what is that current role we have, that HR also, right? So let me remove that admin and add that HR, right? So let me add the HR, that means admin role, that should be removed first, and then HR role should be add, right? So let me execute. So once you execute, now I'm getting the 204, and let me get to that result and see in what happened. Now see, yeah, that is perfectly fine, because email ID got changed because I have the update, right? So what would be the new email ID? That is just execute over here. See, this is my new email ID, and also is expecting whatever we're trying to update, that already updated with this new roles, right? So, and also if I want to delete this guy, so let me try to delete as well. So let me add this guy, but this time we have to add 1 2 3, because we have updated also. So execute. Now we are getting the update. Now once I trying to get this guy again, so now I'm getting there is a value cannot be null. So that null things we have to trying to handle, but yeah, that is fine. But yeah, when I try to get all, so I am able to see only two result, because the third one also got deleted, right? So like that, actually we can implement our user API, which will can insert, update, delete, and all that card operations, right? User management system. So now we will implement this API in our Blazor application. So now moving back to our now application, go to that Blazor web application. Here I have to implement that things, right? So first go to that component, go to that account. Here I can just add that user list either here or either pages, right? Whatever place, and up to you, you can just add it. So in our case, so it is related to account things, right? So I will just add it over here. So yeah, before adding the component, what I will do, I have to adding some service, right? Because that service actually interact this component. So go to that service section. If you go to here, already we have service section, right? So here we have to just implement our service, and that service actually interact with our component. So go to first our I account manager, which I already created in all that services, right? That roles, register, login, log out, everything. So here I have to just expose the method which we trying to implement, right? So that we have to do over here. So first service would be our you know users, right? So get users. So let me add that users, and also we have to create models, right? So let me create a new models for that in our Blazor application. So go to that model folder, create a new model, create over here, create a model, and in this model, whatever the property you want expose, so those property you can just expose over here. So I'll just expose the same property like whatever API is returning, right? So those are things actually we'll just keep it same, but yeah, as per the requirement we can keep it as a different, right? So let me go back to over here. Now I have that method. So let me implement that first. So go to that custom authentication state provider here and implement that method. So all the method will implement one by one, and also implement that component, so respective component. So here uh, this is that go to down and also just collapse all the method, and here the our concrete implementation, right? So what I will do, I will just implement over here. So why, first of all, what I need to do, I have to just use that HTTP client, which already I just injected in this service, and we can good to go to use. So I'll just uh, use the try crash block first, because if any error and all, we can capture and log and all. So let me get it that HTTP client get method, like see HTTP client as a get method using that async method. So what I will do, I have to use that that what do you call await async method, and then passing our API name. So where is my API name? Our API name is already we have defined, right? So in our API slash user, so they will return all that information of that API, right? And then finally I have to just get that informations, whatever that API HTTP client actually return. So they will return as a content and will read as a string, and then we have to deserialize that one. So let me deserialize and get it that as a deserialize as a object, right? So this is a deserialize method. So we can simply deserialize in our user list, right? And then finally I have to return if it is true, if it is success true, so simply return that user list, right? If it is fail, so what I will do, simply passing as a null. That means we have some issue, right? And also remove that exception and using that exception and all. So this is a not a complete implementation, but yeah, you can just keep it. But yeah, for that learning perspective, that is fine, like how we can easily implement, right? So like that we can get users, right? So now we are good to go to use this user list in our component. So go back to your solution, web application solution, go to here that component and account folder. Here I'll just create a new component that is called something users or user list or user management system or whatever things actually you want, so that you can just call it over here. So let me add, for example, users, right? User list. So let me create that, and first of all I just adding as a router over here, right? So based on this actually route, I can get this component, and then I have to just inject it that service so that I can use that service, right? So what is my service? Account management system, right? So let me use that account management, and we are injected properly, using this variable, and we are good to go to use this service. And before using this, right, so first what I can do, I have to actually create some HTML, right? So in this HTML, actually if I show the demo, there I am using some grid, right? So there is a one most popular grid actually be using as a Blazor, that is a quick grid. So that I will use for that, using this quick grid. If you knew this quick grid, so I'm especially recommend go to my channel. Definitely there is a session actually I have created, so how we can implement card operation and quick grid in Blazor. So you can just use it and check out that one first. So what I can do, simply I have to use that package for using that quick grid. So what would be that package name? The package name would be is our Microsoft uh, Microsoft quick grid, right? So let me bring back that component, this package. So see, this is that package name, Microsoft ASP.NET component quick grid. Using this package I will implement that quick grid, because there have a many features over there, and also it is a MIT license, so you can use as a free of cost. So that is done, installation is done. Now moving back to your component, here I will use that quick grid, right? So let me bring back the design first, because I'm not going to design over here, but yeah, I'll explain uh, what is that actually. So let me get back to the HTML. So see, this is I'm using the quick grid, and in this quick grid we have the options like item, and in this item we have to specify our collections. So as of now we don't have a collection, don't worry, I'll just create a collection. And these are that columns, actually columns property. So this is one username column property, and then email, and then this is that one template actually I just created for that roles, right? So whatever roles we can assign over here. And then one another things over here is a phone number, and then one last component and last column is that actions, where I just mention our buttons, right? So like that actually we have to implement. It is actually complaining because this component required that this guy reference, you know namespace. So let me bring back that namespace. So once you bring back the namespace, now see, it's perfectly fine. Now let me implement, right, that component. So first I'll just adding uh, one iQueryable list over here, and also we have to bring back that model namespace. So now we have to get that user list. So whatever user list I have to assigning over here, because they expecting actually iQueryable, so that's why I have to make it that iQueryable list. And then what I need to do, I have to call what lifecycle hook method in this component, overload, and on initialize method here I'll just call one users, right? So I'll get the user I have to call. So how we can call it? Simply I just injected this service, right? So this service actually return users, and this service act dot get all get users, right? So this is get users, all users will be written over here, and make it to await, because I using it is a synchronized method, so I using await, right? So now we have a user, and what I will do, simply I have to just convert it to as queryable, right? So how we can do that? This is very simple. So simply as converting and assigning to this user, this queryable, right? So simply users dot make it to list, a enumerable list, and then using that as a queryable, right? So this is as queryable, and then make it end over here. So like that we can get, and over here, and simply we can remove this guy. We don't require any return and all. So like that you can simply get that result and assign to over here, and this result actually we can assign over here, and we can using that other things over here, right? So let me quickly go through some complex part over here. See, this is a template. Actually what I'm trying to do, simply whatever our roles, right, which we have roles in this here, so that I am using the iteration and then bind in our uh, ul and li, right? And then also here two things actually we have to implement, that edit and delete method as well. So quickly let me create that edit and delete method, because neither it will complaining me, right? So let me create that method without implementation, but yeah, let me just create that method, right? So this is edit method. As of now we don't have anything, right? So that's why we have to create over here like that. Okay, so now this two method we have to create. Now we are good to go to run this component, right? So that's why I just created this two method. So this is done. Now what I will do, simply save it and now try to run and this application and see in actions our list is returning or not, right? So first right click on that solution, because see this is us we have to run this both application, right? So web API and this one, right, put together. So what I can do, right click on that and start configuration, start a project, multiple over here, start, and then start, apply, and okay, and then start. So now both API and our both application will be run together and see in actions. So now first we have to try to log in. So try me login to that our admin user. So this is my admin user. Let me logged in, and once I logged in, now I'm able to log in. But yeah, I have to adding one navigation for that user list. As of now we don't have, but what I can do, simply I can just add that users directly and get that component. Now see, I'm good to go to get that result, right? Because as of now we have two list of that user, so that's why I'm getting this two list. But yeah, we have to make it feel better for this component as well, but yeah, that will do in a now later. But yeah, as of now we just first I will just implement all that functionality. And also if you see, this is a quick grid. Actually the nice feature is shortable, right? So I'm not doing anything, but yeah, see, automatically short functionality is over there, right? So that's actually many feature we have in a quick grid. So please go through my that quick grid session, you will get more idea of that. So now see, quick grid has been completed, means that list get all list is completed. But now we have to implement these two things, right? Edit and delete. So let me implement that edit one. So go back to your close that application, close the application, go back to your Blazor application again. Now go to again that custom authentication service. This is a implementation, right? So again we have to implement another service. So before implementation we have to go to declare our service over here, I account management service. So let me add this guy first. So what is my another service? My another service is get by user, right? So get by user by the email, right? So that we have to implement. So go back to again uh, here the custom authentication service. Let me implement this method as well. So go to down. Now we have to implement this service. So how we can implement it is again very simple, like that we have to using the HTTP client and implement that. So I'm not going to details again, so simply I'll just explaining, right? So copy this guy and just paste it over here and explaining over here. Let me add first, let me add that asynchronize, right? So now see, using the HTTP client get async method, passing that our endpoint URL and just adding that now router parameter, right? And then again getting the response and deserialize and return back to single user model. That's it, right? So like that we can just uh, get it over here. So now this is one service. Actually we require two service for get by email ID, right? And then update one, right? So we can just using together, right? So that's why I'm not going to again to implement that. So what I can do, go to again account management system here. Let me implement another one that is called update one, right? Because we require together. So that's why I will create like that. See, user update method which will expecting this and this model, right? And then actually while once I click the edit, so this API, this service will call, get that information and bind this model, right? Edit model. And then once I update, submit that form, so this API will call, and this service will call API in interact and they'll update. So that's why I just continue with two together. Now save it. Now go back to custom provider and let me implement both. So let me implement the method, and here now see update method, right? So again it's very simple. There is a no complex thing. It is simply service to call our API, right? So let me create a try catch block first, and here ex and remove that throw and all, right? And here I have to just create one content, right? So let me create a content here, slightly different to update call. Actually patch call, actually we have to trying to different way to using HTTP client. So first I'll just create as a content over here, right? And then content simply whatever user model, as a, we have to just serialize over here, and then using that uh, encoding type, right? And also that whatever content type, so we have to mention over here. And then we have to call that put method of that here, like http put method, and make it it is a synchronized way, so I'll use it as sync. And then it put method expecting your API URL along with this content. So what is my content? This is my body, actually body content. So that I have to pass it over here and make it get that response. And that response actually we can specify, okay, it is true or false, right? So make this, actually we can create our update method as well quickly, and simply return false, right? So now see, it is how easy we can create that, right? So user update also has been complete. Now we are good to go to implement that model, that component, right? So go to that account one, go to here and create a new component. And here what I can do, I just create a name, for example edit or whatever name you want. So I'll just make it, the component name is edit update user. So make it edit update user component, and make it that guy as a router first, page route. So make it that guy, the page route as a edit user, and then pass it that whatever parameter we require, right? So that parameter we can specify. And then again we have to inject that service, so that I can use that service. So this is my service, and that injecting the service and bring back that namespace, and we are good, right? So now we can start our implementation. So first what I will do, I will just grab one edit form, right? Because this is a form, look like as a form, right? So first I'll just create a form. So let me create it form over here. So here and just grab that code of that form, right? See, I just using edit form, right? And here I using that one model which will trying to bind. And also on validation submission method, we create a method which will just, once I click submit, so this method will call and we can further updation. API will call, API service will call, and further we'll do our things, right? So here simply it's a common logic about the data validation and annotations of this edit form. And then whatever forms your parameter, your controller you required, you can just mention, like I just use my username and that email, phone number, right? And then user roles, right? So that user roles, also the multi-selection user roles, and then finally submit button, and then close that edit one. And then also it is just using, make sure like, okay, if whatever model is not null, so that it's trying to loading, but if it is not null, so then it's trying to bind and our result, like that actually simply we are trying to do. So now we have to quickly remove that all the error. So first I will just use as a parameter. Why I'm taking this parameter? Because in the route parameter I'm passing this parameter as a string, so that's why I have to using this as a parameter, and I decorate and then I use that parameter. This is one things. Now second things, I just have to create on one model which I'm trying to use over here. So this is my model and bring back that namespace. So like I just using that user model, right? And this user model we trying to bind in this form. So this user model we have to just create a property, and then another things we have to trying to do over here, the selected roles, right? See, whatever roles we have, if it is selected, so we have to bind it over here. So that's way actually we can create this selected roles like that, right, as a property, so that I can bind, I can add in whatever roles it's just selected, so we can bind it over here. So I can use that binding over here. Now we have to create our lifecycle hook over here. Let me create a override, and then on initialize, and then here we have to actually call that our service, right? Get this service. So get user by the email ID, and then we have to populate this model, right? So simply again, let me assign this user model right over here, like that, like call. Okay, it is a async method, so we can use it async. So like that, see, we can just get that user by the email ID, and then we can assign over here, and whatever on initialize component we assign, they will trying to bind over here in this form, right? This is an idea, and also it is returning. So let me remove this guy, we don't required. And here the next things is whatever roles, right? So whatever roles, so that roles also we can over selected over here if it is selected roles, right? So how we can get that current roles as well? So in this see, in this return type, if you go to that model, it is also returning that roles, is whatever that current roles. So that roles also we have to select, actually assign these roles. So let me quickly assign these roles as well over here. So like that, whatever user model, right, we are getting that data, they have a roles property, and then we just simply assign that role, so that once I populate these forms, so whatever that current roles, right, of that particular user, that should be selected. So that's why actually we using this property and assign this value. And then whatever that system roles, like I in our system they have 10 roles, 15 roles, like user, HR, finance, and administrator and so on. So that roles also trying to bind in this model, right? So that once I edit form, so whatever current in our system roles, so that should be populated, and then whatever selected role, they will select it. There are two things actually, the all roles and then selected roles. These two things, concept of multi-selection over here. So how we can get it, the roles? It is very simple. Again, I can use that the service and get roles, and we can get that all the roles whatever we have as systems, right? And then we can just update it whatever user model as a roles, right? So that we can just update it over here as a roles, right? So now we can just update it this roles, right? First we can get that roles and assign the selected roles, and then again that roles, whatever user roles we have that right, so that we have to update it whatever that system roles. So these things actually we have to do over here, and then we are good, right? So this is good enough. And let me, okay, yeah, this method actually we have to create it. So let me quickly create this method, because we will implement over here that method as well. So let me quickly create. And also, yeah, so let's me finish this together also. Like, see, this is binding concept is completed. Like once I user will click edit functionality, so user will bind the data. This is a binding concept complete. But now once binding, so user can change whatever things they want to change. Once I change, the user can click on update, they should be update. So that update also we have simply nothing we have to do, simply I just call that API, right? So let me call that API. How we can call, let me call it that await, right? And await act, this is my service act, and then we can get our user update method, and in user update method we have to just pass our email id. So what is our email id? Where I can get our email id? I can get from this parameter, right? So this parameter I can get it. And where is our model? Our model is also is the user model. Like this is my user model, so we can pass it to our user model like that simply, right? So now I just have to decorate over here, and because it is true false, right? So let me check it is true false. So if it is true, so then we have to navigate actually to our list page. So for the list page navigation, actually we have to use that navigation manager as well. So go to the top, inject your navigation manager again over here. Let me inject in the navigation manager, and simply go to down, and here I can call that navigation dot navigation to that method and pass it to where actually you have to route. So I just want to route over here. And one more thing actually we have to do, see, this is simply complete if it is success, right? If it is fail, so we have to keep it over here with these changes, right? So there is a something additionally we have to do over here. First, before sending that user model, right? So this user model, we have sending whatever that current role we have that assigning, right? So we have the current role, all that roles, right? So that we have to modify with this selected roles, whatever that selected roles, right? So that we have to just update it, selected roles updated over here, right? So that first modification we have to do. And then once I complete it, if it is fail, so again what I can do, if it is fail, so whatever the selected roles, we have to actually remove, this is remove and update whatever that all the roles, right? So that two things actually you have to modify. So I'll show you in example, don't worry. So let me run this application, but before run, now let me add a navigation menu for this user list. So go to that layout, go to that navigation menu, and here let me add that authorized section. See, this is a admin role authorized section, and here let me add over here uh, my users, right? And this is a user list or user management, right? So user list. So that is done. Now we are good to go, and let me run this application. Now it is logged in with kkp because already we have logged in, right? So we have not logged out, so it is keep it in our cookies, so that's why it's logged in. So that is fine. But once you logged in, now see, I'm able to see this this component, right? So once I click, now see, I'm able to see. But here once I click this guy admin, right? So once I add it, nothing is happening, right? So why it's not happening? Let me quickly go through and check what happening. So now see, there is a no click event, right? Because once I just created this event, but we have not implement, right? So we have to implement something over here. So go back to your application, go to your user components, right? And here if you see that we have nothing on edit and delete, right? So let me implement that edit one. So quickly in this edit, simply I have to use that navigation manager because we have to navigate that page, right? That this page, edit and update. So quickly let me add that navigation manager again. This is a functionality actually provided in Blazor Blazor. So use that navigation manager, and here we just simply pass it to here whatever the navigations. So this is my navigation manager, navigate to, this is my component name, and then this is actually this view model returning that current row of that user, right? And then user has a email, so we are passing as a email, right? And this is actually that id parameter which we have in here, this guy, right? So like that actually we have added. And if I save, so once I save and close and run this application, so now it's running. Now it's running, and go to that user list. If I click that admin, now see, it is populated perfectly, right? And this is all that populating, and this is whatever the current role is user have that already selected as well, right? So what I will do, simply I'll just control and then select that HR, right? And also control that select that finance and remove that admin, right? So if I remove that admin and it is save it, update it, right? So once I update, now see it is updated whatever that current role which was previously was admin and now it was finance and HR, right? So it is perfectly fine. And go back to again. So if you go back to again, so whatever current role as of now, it have that finance and HR that is selected. And if I want to update something 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 and update it, so that also will be updated. So like that actually you can just update, edit, right? And that is fine. Now the last thing is pending, the delete one, right? As of now, see, delete, nothing happening. So delete, let me quickly delete functionality also do over here. Let me close and go back to your that service. First you have to go to the service. Anything you have to achieve, first you have to go to service because it is a API call. So API will interact in this service, right? So let me go to that I account manager here, and here I'll just delete service we have to implement first. So what is my delete service look like? So simply I'll just call that declaration over here, that delete. Also return type is boolean and using that user email, right? And go to that implementation, go to that custom authentication state provider service and go to implement quickly and go back to here, and then here we have to just implement our things. It's also, it's very simple. There is a no nothing because it's simply have to call our that API, right? So I have to using that async method, and here see http client dot delete method and pass it our API URL and passing with this our user ID, right? Email ID, and then it will return okay, it is success on fail. Based on the success on fail, it will just returning back, and that's it. So now this is a very simple service of delete one. And now go to that implementation. So go to your users components, and here once user click on delete method, right? So this delete method, so here I have to call this service and delete that one, right? So let me quickly implement that. So where is our X service? This is my X service. So X service dot uh, delete, right? So this is a delete, and then what expectation? Expectation is a user email. So where I can get that user email? I can that get the user email from that p dot whatever p, right? Model is a p. So p dot email id, this is my email id, and that's it, right? So here we have to just wrap it for that condition. Okay, if it is success, so that is done. If it is success, so we have to reload actually our list, right? So whatever list actually we have to reload as well. So that's why we have to just call again that get user service inside that over here. But yeah, we have to use actually this asynchronous method, so I have to use await. And now if it is, see, it is success. If it is success, our call is success. So let me call again that get users and then binding the list, and then simply you have to use that state change method, so that whatever current state they will change, right? And they will update whatever the current data, right? So like that we can just simply use the delete method. But yeah, this delete method is very actually important. So if you trying to delete, so don't do the blindly delete, directly delete, right? So before delete, make sure you just use that confirmation dialog box to delete that. So I just prepare or just create many session, so you can just check out my old session and definitely will get that how we can implement. So you can just implement over here. But yeah, like that we can do that. And I guess almost we have covered everything. So let me run and see. So our API is running, and also our web application also running. And if I click that user, so if I trying to delete, okay, which one I'm trying to delete? don't delete the existing one. So okay, so what I will do, let me create a new let me register a new new user. So create a new user, for example .net user, and add the password once you registered. So it is not matched, so let me quickly fix that. And once I registered, now it's registered. So let me register one more user over here, for example a super admin, right? So let me add this one also quickly so that we can show you in a demo how it's working. So now it's also working. Now go to login, use that login user, admin user. So this is my admin user, so it is logged in. So go to that user list, right? See, this two user has been created. So this two user is over here, but there is no roles and no phone number, right? So what I will do, simply I will go to that super admin, and here I just select it. See, if it is not no roles, so it will not select it. So I will just add the admin and HR, and then edit that phone number and update it. Now see, it is perfectly updated. If I want to delete, so I can delete also. See, it is delete quickly. And also let me edit this .net user also. Let me add some number, let me add these two things, or the three things, right? So now see, it is perfectly working. But yeah, there is some quick grid style, it's not good right as of now. But yeah, I'll show you some style so that it's looks good, right? So what I can do, go to that here. It's a simple things. I'll just create a new component. Let me stop that. So functionality wise everything is completed, but yeah, for that style perspective or the quick grid, I'll just create a something over here. So what I can do, simply I'll just go to that style css, use that style, and just make it name is whatever our component. It is a users dot razor dot css file, make it same name, right? Once you make it same name, so it will going to inside this component, and go to that component. Here I add some style so that it looks feel better, right? So let me close that, save it, and here I just make it say this is a grid style, and this is a deep three th style, and then it is a tr, and this is a t body, right? So I make it like that, this style. You can take it from here, and let me run it and see it's feel better or not, right? So go to that here, it's logged in, user logged in. Now see, now it looks better, right? So like that actually, also see it is ascending descending also, it's working fine, right? So there's a many things actually we have learned, right? User list and all. And also if I want to one more thing actually before closing, so see if I add it, so now see it is a three roles only, right? So what I can do, if I go to that add roles, suppose I have three roles, let me add one more roles, for example administrator, right? And once I add and submit, now see administrator is also there. Once you go back and add it, now see whatever that new roles, they will populate it automatically over here. So like that actually, this is a complete user management system. You can use it in your application. This is my solution. Here we have a two project. We have a one project for that our WebAssembly, WebAssembly for the web applications, and second one is web API, which is a backend process, right? So what I need to do first actually I have just create API. I have to expose some API, like because we are trying to implement that blog system, right? So then blog management system, we have to record them API, like get get blogs, all the blogs get by the blogs ID and all. So for that what I can do, go to that service, and here I will just create a new service first. And here let me create a new service like blog service as an interface. So let me create a name iBlog service over here, and here inside that I have to expose few method which I can just create our endpoint, right? So for example I required get all blocks, get blocks by the ID, create a new blocks, update blocks, and delete blocks. So this this actually service we will implement here in our API first, and then expose in our API, and then we have to coordinate with our Blazor application. Now go to that concrete class implementation, create a class, and here I'll just create a name as a block service. Let me create that block service, and here I will just simply inherit that guy, and we'll start to implementation all that method over here. Now we are good to go to start our implementation. So now what I will do, I will take this two as a first, because I will implement as a process, right? So first I will implement that get all blocks and this guy, so that's why I keep it on the top. And then let's simply I have to create that constructor. We have to actually inject our db context class over here, right? So what I can do, where is my db context things? Actually we just created from the starting of this session, right? So this is my idb context object, right? So that class actually I have to just inject it over here, and then create a new variable and bring back that this guy, right? And so now we have to bring back that namespace and just assign to inside this constructor, and we are ready to go to use this context, right? So that is one things is done. Now let me start for this get all blocks, right? So let me remove this guy, and here what I can do, I have to just uh, call that now blocks, right? So here that identity, and then identity context object, we have that blocks db set, and that return to list, right? And simply return, and it is a async method, so we have to make to async and with the await, right? That's it. Then save it. This is done. Now second things, actually I'm not going to details, because see we have do many things actually for this creating this service, right? So in our many old session, so that's why I'm not going to do that, because this is a simple concept of db entity framework, which we can create our db context and we can easily get their data from the db set. So that I'm not going to do again. So what I can do, simply I will just implementation over here, focus on that. So let me create for that here again. Simply what I can do, simply async and then await, and then call that block db set, and then filter on that and return back to here. And then simply for third one, we have to just implement create blocks, right? So here again just simply create a create method. So what I can do, again I have to use this add method, add async method, and pass it to our object block object, and save changes and return back to the blocks. That is also done. Now moving forward to the next one, that is a delete one. So let me quickly implement this guy also. This is also same, like first we have to get that okay, this block is exist or not. If it is not exist, so then simply we are not doing to anything, but yeah, we have exist, so that time we have to trying to remove and return back to the data. That is fine, that is also done. Now finally we have to do for that updation as well. So let me complete that updation one. So this is also it's same, similar to delete one. First we have to check okay, this id is exist or not, because if it is exist, so then we have to trying to update whatever our entity, and then we have to save change and return back to the data. So now our service has been implemented, right? So what I can do now second step is, once a service is implemented, I have to go to that our controller in our API project, and here I have to just create a new controller that is called uh, block controller, right? So let me create a block controller, and here what I can do, I have to expose first of all I just inject our service over here. So create a constructor of that controller. So create a constructor, right? And what is our service? My service name is I blog service, and injected over here and assigned to our constructor, so that I can use it. Now it is assigning, right? And then what I can do, I have to just create a endpoints. So here I have to just expose my first endpoint, that is get all's block, right? So let me create that guy, and then here I have to just create a method of that controller here, get all method, right? Inside this get all method, what I will do, simply I have to just call this guy blocks service dot get all methods, and not wait. This is simply I have to just put over here await because it's a asynchronous method, so I have to decorate like that. And then simply I have to just store as a response over here, and then simply return to that here, like that. So it is simple. I'm not doing any logic and all, but yeah, this is a simply we can expose our endpoint. So this is one endpoint, but here one thing actually I have to do that. So this endpoint get all blocks only all the users, or that without logged in user or anonymous user can allow. So that's why I have to just decorate this method, this an endpoint, like using this allow anonymous, right? So that without logged in user or logged in user, everyone can get this data, right? Because there is no harm to get that all that information of that blocks, right? So that's why I just created. And then second one, I have to just create it for that get by id. So that also let me create it over here, and this time we have to record one passing that id, that is a blog id. And here I have to just create that implement that method, right? Simply again I action result get by id, passing that id, and call that block service get by id method, this is a service, right? And return back and return to, right? So like that also we can implement our next endpoint. Also this is allow anonymous, because whatever now get by id means that whatever blocks details we can get it over here. So this is fine, this is just a read things, right? So that's why I just expose as a allow anonymous. Now we have to do something for create a new blocks, right? So here what I will do, I have to just create authorize as a attribute as authorize, and allow to roles only just admin, only admin roles can do this, you know these operations, like post operations means like create a new blocks, right? So that's why I just set it as a attribute as a admin role, right? And just create a this endpoint, and using that create and passing that blocks, whatever blocks we are sending, and then create it and get back to the user. So this is also done for create endpoint. And now moving forward to that update one. So let me create for update one also. So update also we have to decorate this admin role, and passing this id as a route parameter. And also from body parameter we have to expose, we have to pass it over here as a block object, and which we have trying to update. So also here let me call it to that our service, and just checking if it is uh, exist or not, right? If it is exist means whatever they return the response. So if it is exist, so then we have to bad request, not exist, so bad request. If it is exist, so that means it is perfectly fine. So it is just a return logic what we are trying to returning over here. Simply I just returning if it is successfully done updated, so we no content over here. So like that. And then finally we have to implement that delete one. So this is my delete one, right? Again we have to set for delete endpoint as a role administrator, right? And then again we have to check, okay, it is deleted or not. If it is not deleted, that means it is a bad request. If it is deleted, then it is a 204. So like that actually we can just create our endpoints. So these are endpoints we have to done. And one more thing actually we have to do, actually we have to just create a new service over here, right? And also we have to inject it in our controller, so that we have to register. So go to your solution, and here is that project, like our api project. Go to that program.cs file. Here we have to just register on that service. So here I have to just builder.service.add add scope, and here I just added that block service, and then my implementation is block service. That's it. So this is done. Now we can actually check it, right? Our service endpoint is working or not. Let's check it. So let me run only api this time. Now our api is running, and you are able to see in a Swagger this block section, right? So this is my all that endpoints we have just exposed, so all that over here. So once I just create, or once I just get that all blocks, like for example execute, now see, we have that all the data, because I just using same DB, right? Whatever I show you have to use in our demo, so that's why it is returning all the data. But yeah, if you're trying to first time with your new DB, so that time it will be empty, so that is fine. This is that DB's perspective, that is fine. So yeah, we have the DB without login and all, I can get the data. And then also we have to trying to data for that get by ID. So let me try to using that way also. So passing that block ID 1, and also I'm getting that this data, so that is also expected, right? So one thing I will show you over here, let me create a new block, right? So this one, see, it is also clearly saying it is authorization attribute over there, right? So that's why it is locked. So if I trying to execute this guy, for example, let me execute, so it will giving that 401, because without at the token and authentications, you are not able to create the new blocks. So how we can do that? Simply you have to just logged in first. So let me logged in, we have that API also, logged in API, login API. So here let me set is the cookies authentication. We can use that both. If you're not using the cookies, so it will just create a token as well. So both actually I just explain, I'm not going to again over here. You can check out my old session. And here what is my email? So my email for that admin, this guy, and then password would be uh, this guy, right? And then let me logged in. So once you logged in, you're able to see 200 over here response. That means it is logged in and stored the cookies in this browser. And now we are good to go to use our all that authentication, authorize and authentication API, right? So what I can do, simply just adding something, for example uh, Angular 17, right? And then description over also Angular, and then execute. Once I execute, I am able to see the new data is created with 201, right? And then also I can able to check over here on this endpoint, I'm to get this data, the newly data, right? So similar, I can just update also. Let me check this is update or not, updating is also working or not. So what is my ID of that? ID number 10. So let me add over here as ID 10, and then here let me pass is 10 and just change it to something, for example Angular 17 to Angular 18, and then here also Angular updated description, right? And then when I execute, I'm getting 204, that means it is success. And then also just make sure it is updated perfectly or not. Now see, it is correctly updated, right? Whatever data we have added. And if I want to delete, so let me try to delete as well. So here the delete endpoint, again what I can do, whatever our ID of the delete, so execute. Now it is 204. Let me check one more time, data exists or not. So that should be delete. Now see, only returning this time 3 data, so that last one also has been deleted. So that is fine. Our API endpoints which we have just created for this blog and our management system, so that is working fine. So this is first step you have to complete in our API side. So once it's done, now it is closed, now it should be closed, and then go to your uh, web application project, which is a Blazor WebAssembly, right? So go to that web application project. Here actually whatever API actually we have to create it, right? So that we have to trying to consume over here. So there's a way actually we have already done. If we have to create actually this custom authentication state provider, so there actually I just created all that method, like the login or whatever API actually we have to try to consume, we have to do over here. Similar thing we have to do over here, but yeah, it is a better way. Like if it is because this is a related to authentication thing, so that's why I just created over here, right? But yeah, if we something else, like for example it is a separate service, right? So it is a blog related thing. So what I can do, I can just create a new service over here. Let me create a new service over here. For example, it is a blogs, right? So again, just create over here a blog service, and this new service also just simply we have to just returning whatever method actually, whatever actually service that returning and request whatever things we have to just expose over here. So for example like that, see, just I have to just create again just get all method which will actually consume our API and return back to that got all blocks, get by the ID, create a sync, and then update and then delete. Similar actually, just we have to create a method and we have to connect actually over the HTTP client our API and then return back to the data. So here what I will do, whatever the data actually they're returning, we have to just manipulate and return back to our view model, right? So this view model we have to just create it, go to that model here and create a new view model. And in this view model, what we are trying to return is simply whatever data actually we want to return over here, we can just create some property like that. Actually we have to just create it. As of now it's just simple model, but yeah, you can just create a complex one also. So now it's done, and let me bring that namespace. So now also bring the namespace, it is perfectly fine. And now just create another concrete class over here in this service folder, create a new concrete class, and that is called service, block service, right? So let me create that guy as a name. For example, block service, create that guy and inherit that block service and implement those method over here, right? So like that. So here what I can do, again I will just use these two method, like get alls and all the read operations, we'll keep it on first and then we'll doing that all that manipulation, data manipulation operation. So here first what I have to do, let me create a constructor and we have to inject it our HTTP client, because we using that HTTP client I have to connect our API and return back to the data. So I already done in this custom state provider, right? So similar things you can do that. So let me copy from here so that you can just understand actually what we are trying to do over here. So here I'll just using this guy, let me copy this guy and simply pass it to over here, and you can just change this constructor to our constructor. That's it, right? This is the way. And then also we have to initialize this guy. So where is that my HTTP client? Copy this guy and then use it over here. Now see, we are successfully injected our HTTP client in this service, and now we are good to go to using this client factory, HTTP client factory. And if you see this client factory, we are actually we mentioned, if you go to that our program.cs file, here you have to mention over here which will actually use that base URL as a backend base URL, this guy, and whatever your endpoint you can just add it over here in this in this uh, in this method, and then you can get that the data and manipulate the data. And one more thing actually we have to do over here, serialization part, so that also we have to just declare so that we can do in further. So let me create that JSON serialization using that camel case ignoring and part, right? So this setting also be required. So let me create this guy also. So this is done. Now we have to start the implementation of that guy get all method, right? So first, so simply what I can do here, as I have done many times. So let me show you one more time. So there is a way yeah, using that HTTP client, right? And then there's a method of HTTP client get from the JSON, right? So there is a new method actually they introduce which will allow directly whatever your return type, right? So this is my return type, so they will get that as a JSON data and they will actually deserialize on this model and they will return back to you. So we don't need to actually get the data, then stream the data and then read the data and convert to and deserialize. So everything is actually they maintain on this method, say this HTTP client. So that is a nice method, right? So that I can use it. And also my endpoint name is API and then blogs. This is my API endpoint name. So if you want to see, I can show you this is the method. If you check, see, this is API and then blocks, right? And further whatever our main base URL. So this is my API things, so that we have to mention over here, and then store as a blogs over here. Let me store as a blogs, and we have to use it. It is a asynchronous method, so I will use decorate that await on async, and then simply we have to return to that blocks, right? So like that we can just implement using the HTTP client, right? So that is done. So now moving forward to that, get blocks by ID also. So this is also like that we can use it simply using that async await and using that method and pass it to that our API endpoint and return back to over here. And then we will implement, and the third one is a create, right? So this is slightly different we have to do over here. So what I will do first, I'll just create, I'll just call another method which is post as a sync, and let me decorate first. So I will use that as a HTTP client, the post async, and then passes that whatever model I want to pass, right? So this model I want to pass, and this model actually we have to just use as a request body, right? So I just pass it over here, and then what is the next I just have to read the data, right? Whatever we are getting over here, so I'm just trying to read over here, so I'm getting that reading over here, right? So this is read whatever actually this client HTTP client response HTTP response message returning, so I'm getting that data as a read async. And then what I can do, simply I can deserialize, right? So because this is a post method is don't have a such kind of things which we have already done, right? So like that actually we can use it over here, and this is done. Like, okay, the deserialize whatever options whatever response on that method, and then using over here and return back to over here. So this is a simple, right? We already done in our old session, so I'm not going to details. And then further we have to implement the delete one. So delete also is pretty much simple. I just have to call that delete method, right, of that HTTP client, and they will returning the result. Okay, it is success on fail. So once delete done, now we have to moving to next one, which is update, right? So let me quickly complete that update one. That update one also we have to do slightly different approach over here, right? So this is that another approach we already done actually, but yeah, I'll just explain again. So I just have to just create content using that this option string content, and the passing that whatever data. So we have to serialize over here and using this format, and then we have to using that put method and passing your string content and API URL, and then it will returning to success and fail. So like that also you can just consume your API for that update one. So almost all that, yeah, all that endpoint has been, all that endpoint actually consumed over here in this service. Now we are good to go to use that service, right? So what I can do in the next step, we have to create our pages, right? Because we have to, now we have to service, now we can use. So what I can do, go to that pages here, I will just create our model, our new folder here, which is blogs, right? So let me create a blog folder, and here I will just create a new component which is blog list, right? So let me call as a name blog list, right? And it is that component, and this component we have to implement it over here, right? So what we can do first, we have to do many things over here. Actually this is a it's a big component, right? So first actually we have to inject our service, right? So where which is our service? Our service is our this guy, right? Blog service. Let me inject first this service, and then also I have to inject another service. This is called navigation manager, because we have to navigate one page to another one, so that's why I have to use this guy. And before that, actually first let me decorate this guy, this component. So what would be the component route? over here. This could be a blog. Inside the blog, and we can edit a blogs, right? So this is that's a routing concept, right? So you can just use this as a routing over here, because I have to call as a using this route. So this is done, right? And now we have to implement something over here. First I have to just add one button, right? So that is a add button. If you see, it is closed, I guess. Yeah, that is closed. But yeah, if you see the demo, so there actually there is a one grid and then that button, right? So add button. So we can uh, successfully just created a new blocks for this add button. So that button. But yeah, first let me just actually create that grid where actually we binded our data. So one by one we have to do that. So what I can do, I will just use one grid, right? Quick grid. So let me create a quick grid template over here. So this is my quick grid, right? And let me just formatting to that. So now see, this is just a quick grid. I just create a div inside the edge of just a quick grid, and let me bring that namespace of that quick grid. We have already installed this package in last session, so I'm not going to again to install. But yeah, this is a simply quick grid. We have to record that data items, whatever items, that we will get it over here little bit later. But yeah, this is just columns. Whatever columns we record, we can specify. And then this is a template column where we can specify our buttons, like whatever actions actually we want to perform, like edit, delete and views, right? So these are things actually we have to just edit as a style in the quick grid. So now moving start to implement of that the data, we are actually have to get the data. So in this data, first let me create one property of that blocks, right? So these blocks actually we have to return as the iQueryable format, because this quick grid expecting actually iQueryable. So that's why I'll just create iQueryable. And further I have to just create that load methods, load blocks method, so that you know I can just get it whatever data, right? So see, I just created a load block method here. Simply whatever our service, like this service block service, I just consume that service and then get it the data and store over here, and then also just converting as a as queryable and assign to this guy, right? And once you assign this guy, it will get it from here. And then finally I using that state has changed. Suppose it should be changed, might be sometime get the data, but it is keeping over here, but we required actually change the state. So that's why I'm using this guy. So and also one more thing actually we have to do over here, we have to do some streaming over here. So let me adding that streaming, so that if it is taking some time, so it will some wait and just loading the data, right? So like that actually we have using the streaming. So now we are good to create actually this method, and this method we have to call on initialize actually the lifecycle hook method. So let me create that one, overload on initialize method over here. And in this on initialize method, we have to simply call that that method, right? So this method load async, and then also it is a synchronize. So let me create a synchronize. So it is good, and simply return, remove that return. So now see, first time your component will load, what will happen, it will call this guy, and this guy what will do, it will get the data and assign and the change the state, and simply we are good to go to bind this quick grid. So like this way actually we can bind the quick grid. And simply as of now I'll show you as a just comment of this section, right? So that I can show you all that the data whatever we're trying to get it, that is properly binded or not, so that it should be digest actually, because this is a big concept. We to complete that insert, update, delete everything, so we'll do one by one all that operations, right? So first operation will get the data and bind this in this quick grid. So what I can do, uh, before that actually we have to do one thing. Actually we have to create a new service, right? So this service also we have to register in our WebAssembly web project. So go to that program.cs file, and here we have to just services dot add scope, right? And in this add scope, I'll just create iBlock service and then implement their implementation also. So this is also done. Now we are good to go to run this application and see. Right click on the solution. We have to create that we have to run actually both solution, one project together. So that's why I'm using that multiple project. Apply, okay, and run this application. Our application is running, right? And here only just there is a no section over here because only admin can access all other section which we have decorated actually. So now what I can do, simply I can just pass it over here blog, right? Because we have to decorate routing, set the routing over there, that component, right? The blogs and then blogs. And then when I hit enter, it should be rendering, right? So see, it is rendering perfectly, right? There is a no issue. Whatever data we are getting, they are getting from that API and bind it over here perfectly. There is a no issue. If I want to show you the network tab, so let me rerun again, or refresh. So if you see network, so all others API which is authentication, that is failed, but that is fine. But yeah, this is my blog endpoints, right? If you see, this is my blog endpoint, get 200, okay. And also it is returning the data from our API which we are trying to bind over here. So like that actually we can simply use it. But now we have to do further, actually we have to do further implementation, like all the actions, right? And also that admin user can do that all the actions, and without authentication user they can't do anything, right? So there are many things we have to do. So we will cover everything. So what I can do first, let me close. Now we have to decorate our style and all also, like this is a not good style and all, right? So let me close that. And now further, let me implement, go to this guy, right? And we have to just set it some style, right? So what is my style? Let me create one style class also. Right click on this component folder, create a new component, and here choose is CSS and choose this guy, and whatever your file name, right? So you can just keep it same file name, for example blog list, right? And on razor.css file and created that. If you create it, see if it is same name, so it will go to inside this component. And in this component I have to decorate or set it some style over here. So now see, those are style, actually just edit for that grid look feel better. And also we have to keep some style for that button and all, that is also fine. And one confirmation dialog box actually style also we have to set over here. So that is cool, right? So this is done. And then go to that blog list component. Here we will start uh, further implementation, right? So what would be my further implementation? So let me create now, let me start for that another action, that is new blocks, add the new blocks, right? So how we can add that new blocks? So that is, we have to add some style for that, like create a new button for that. So first let me create a new button over here. So this is that new button. I just creating this style for on the top header it's showing that blog list. And then this is that button, right? Because if you create that add, or just let me adding over here that add blocks, so that it is just meaningful, right? So if user can add on this button, user able to get adding that new blocks, right? So let me create this method as well. So go to down in this code blocks, right? So here we'll create that method. So create a new block. So how we can create that new block? So simply I just created a method which will just go to that one component, right? So see, this is that create a blog I just created as a method. It will just navigate and go to uh, this component. So as of now we don't have as a component, but I'll actually just create a one component which will handle edit and add both together, right? So that is actually the reusable component which we have to create it, which will handle together everything, right? So what I can do, simply let me create a new component over here, add new component, create a component name over here, and just simply edit. And in this component I have to do first, let me adding over here as a page route on the top, right? In this page route, what we're trying to do, get it over here. See, this is a reusable component, so if is a new blocks will be created, this time they will not taking care also this parameter, right? And if you're trying to edit, so that time actually they want to taking care this id parameter. So like that actually we will reuse. And also this component actually we have to do decorate as a this guy like authorize, because this is a manipulation data, right? So only admin user can edit the data, or edit the data or add the data, right? So that's why I have to decorate as a admin user only can do that. And further also we can do similar things which we have done already, right? So we have to injected all the services because we have to manipulate, or we have to using that edit update functionality over here, or add functionality also over here. So that's why I just using this service, right? And once it's done, now what I can do, I have to just simply decorate over here, like okay, if it is blog id which is if it is a greater than 0, that means it is update form, or it is a it is a not equal to 0, so that means it is a create, means it is a new. So as of now we don't have to create it this guy, so let me quickly create this parameter also in this code blocks. So this is done. Now what I can do the further, I have to just create the edit form, right? So let me create quickly as a edit form which will actually edit all that data, right? Binding on the data over here. So now see, I just create edit form here. I just create a two div, one for that name field, and then another one is for the description. And also we are using the bind.value attribute, so that whatever data is will bind over here, they will automatically bind and update it as well. So what I can do, I have to just create it up some property for that binding variable. So let me create a blog view model over here, and which will trying to bind over here, right? So this is that. And then I have to just create on parameter set method, override method. So let me create that parameter on parameter set method, right? So this is that method actually. So why I'm using this method, because this is another lifecycle look of this component, right? So because once I get that parameter will get updated, so this time actually will call this method and will update our things and will call our things, right? So what we're trying to do over here, we will to call our whatever logic we have to implement, right? So let me create a one logic over here again. So create a private method over here, private method, and async, right? And void, it is should be a void method. And we can create a load data, right? So let me create a load block, because this is the uh, first time load the data. So we create get with using that id, actually we have to trying to load the data. So how we can trying to load the data, see, simply if it is add it, right? So see, using that blog id, right, whatever id is a parameter, if it is greater than 0, that means it is a indicate we are trying to add it, right, or update. So in this case what I will do, simply I call this block service or get by id method and get the data, and we have to assign into that guy, right, blog model, which will trying to bind over here. So like that we have to do. And else, if it is else part, right, so if it is a not a edit one, right, so in this case what I will do, simply I will assign this blank model, right, so that it will not giving any compilation error and all, right? Runtime, actually it is avoiding issue for the runtime, because if it is null, so definitely it will hard to bind actually this null model to in this form. So that's why we have to initialize to as a new instance and create instance, right? And then finally I have to just use this guy so that we can change our state, right? So this is done. And then this guy we have to call, over here like that, right? So see, this is done. Almost we have covered the implementation, right? So now on the parameter set it will call, and this will manage, actually it is a insert or update, right? So like that actually they will update and update that now model, and model will be over here. And finally I have to just create this update call method, right, which will actually taken care that update part, right? So let me create that also, neither it will give that complaint issue, right? So I'll just create this update method over here. And what again we have to check, okay, uh, it is update or it is just newly inserted. So we can identify using that block id, right? So it is updated, right? So it is updated, so I will call that update service. If it is newly created, so I will just create a block create method for the newly, and finally return back to our navigate to our main page. So like that we can implement our this add edit component, right? And go back to your blog list here. Now we are good to use this guy, right? So what I can do simply, again let me check, okay, the newly blog has been created or not, right? So let me edit, or let me run this application. Now API is running and this is also running. Okay, I actually forget to mention our menu over here. So that is actually another concept we'll do, but yeah, let me check it first. Blog, that blogs, now see the looks feels also good over here, and also we are getting this guy. And once I click this guy, but yeah, once I click this guy, definitely you will get unauthorized because I set it as a component is a not authorized, right? So what I can do, simply just logged in that user and with the admin. So let me try to logged in. So now I'm logged in, and now let me call that endpoints or that component blog.blogs. Now I'm getting over here add, and now see I'm getting that. Now if it is creating, right? So it is creating, so it would be blank. And then if I pass some data, for example, clean architecture, and then description also as a clean architecture just created. Now it is successfully created a new blocks over here. That is perfectly fine, right? Means that add block is also working fine. Now we have to cover that others operations, right? Now we have to cover list, get all blocks as a list, right? And get by id also is covered. And now we have covered also add blocks, new blocks. And now we have to cover like uh, edit and update, right? And then also delete we have to taken care. So now moving go forward to our update one, because I already create that reuse component, right? So for that edit, again you have to go to that blog list, right? And here let me open one by one all that button, right? So this is for this edit, right? So let me open this edit. So let me comment out this other section, right? Okay, so now here I just, okay, let me stop that application first. So I just create edit button, right? And on click edit button, and it will call actually it should be created on over here. Quickly just created that edit one, right? So what I am trying to do, edit also similar, like we have to, and this create, on the create we have to call that edit, but yeah, by default is 0, right? But here in the edit we have to pass that whatever id actually, which row actually we're trying to edit, right? So that parameter we have to pass it over here. And once we pass it, so it will go call this component and render this component using whatever id, right? So like that, it's simple again. So it's edit also, it's simple, right? So let me run and see edit is working fine or not. Now I'm getting one error, right? So let me F12 and check it. What is the error? See, is completely saying on the parameter, while setting the parameter, it is delay. Actually that edit form required some model, but the model actually not properly getting. So in this case what I can do, actually we have to add some check. If you go back to your solution in this web application solution, let me stop that and go to your edit component. And here see, this is edit form, right? So this edit form actually binding this model, but actually while loading this parameter and all, actually it is just first time actually trying to bind, right? So that's why it could be null. So in this case, what I can do, we can set a one check like blog should not be null. Then we have to try to bind this form. So this is simple check. We have to check out over here and let me run and see. Now it's logged in perfectly fine. Now go to that component. Now once I click this guy, now there is a no error, right? And just update to C sharp 12, and also this is a C sharp description, right? So let me add this guy as like that, and once I update, now I just updated our data perfectly, right? So that means updated, edit and update also is working fine. Now moving forward to the next implementation, that is delete, right? So close that application, all the application, and go to that blog list again, and then just open all that component, right? All this operations over here. So we have that a delete one, and then we have the view contact, right? So view contact will be just comment it over here, right? And save it. We'll just we'll just implement this first one like delete, because it is little complex things over here. So in the delete, what I have to just create it, I just created a one function, right? So this function, I'm getting that ID, right? And this ID, what we can do based on this, we have to trying to do and manipulate actually that model pop-up, right? So there's a many way actually we can open that model pop-up, but yeah, I'll just show you the simplest way. So what I can do first, let me create one HTML actually. So I have to just create one HTML model, right? So let me create over here, right? So this is one HTML model which is just expecting some class. Actually this is a one class, right, which already we have created some style, and then we set okay, it is a confirmation, are you sure want to delete and all, right? And then we have to set this authorized view, right? So by we have to set this authorized view, this is important. So only authorization means only just authorized user can able to see this yes button, means the delete confirmation button. Others one, they can see only just this one, right? So that's why we have to set authorize. Like this way actually we can use in our application anywhere, like okay, which part only which user want to use, right? So like this way actually I show you one example, but yeah, you can use it uh, like that, right? So see, now this is done. Now what I can do in this model, we have to create this delete contact, also that create cancel contact, right? So this we have to trying to implement. So let me quickly implement first the delete contact, right? So what is the delete context? We'll do, go to down over here in this code blocks, and here I'll just create a one delete contacts method, right? See, this is delete contact. In this delete contact, what I'm trying to do, simply I call this block service and call that method, right? Delete method, and passing the delete id, where I will get that delete id. Delete id will get once I click this show confirmation method, right? So let me create that show confirmation method first for then. So once before that delete, let me create one more method over here, show confirmation method, right? So this show confirmation method, we have that id, right? So that what we trying to do, we have to just assign is a local variable over here, and then also we have to indicate okay, your model, right? So this is a model which will can show and hide which property, right? Which indication it will show and hide, right? So that's why we have to record another property, this show confirmation. So these two property, let me create quickly over here on the top. So go to here, let me create first the deleted id, and also we have to just create it the show confirmation uh, property, so that we can indicate it over here. So don't worry, I'll just decorate over here with this property. Was as of now we are good. So these two things also done. Now go to down over here. Now see, this one we have to complete it, right? Like this way, and once it's completed, we get this delete id. So now we have to get the delete id, and then finally what I trying to do, I have to just create another method which is a close confirmation model, right? So what we'll do, this close confirmation model, they will always actually try to uh, close that your model, right? So that's why we, instead of that, this two property again and again every place where we required, so I just create a method, okay, close confirmation. So always it will just, this method will be always the show confirmation dialog box will be false and deleted id will be 0, right? So this way actually once I delete it, what I will do, simply I just close this pop-up model and then set it as 0 so that our model will be closed, right? So like that, and then finally I just load the data, like here is the load data, this is that load method, right? So again whatever newly data what I have removing, so again we have to bind and just change the stage and load it in our here. So this is done, and then final things, that cancel button, right? So let me quickly create the cancel button. That cancel button also is simple, nothing we have to do, that we have to just close that model, that's it. So what I can do, let me create that method over here, go to down here. So here night cancel. So what I'm trying to do, simply whatever cancel confirmation method, right? So see, this is confirmation method. So in this cancel confirmation method, we set it as a false, that means pop-up should be closed and delete button should be 0. So like that actually we have to, so don't worry about that if it is not clear. I actually just created a my old session where actually I just covered everything actually for details, so you can just check out. So as of now I'm not going to more details, but yeah, this is actually some idea, you can get that idea. So like this way we can create a confirmation model box, and here I can just simply check it is true, then it is pop up, it is false, so it should not a pop up, means that should not a pop up over here, right? So let me decorate as a this guy, and that's it, right? So like that actually we can just decorate. If this show dialog box is not true, only this time will be open, means show up to user. It is false, so it should be not showing on this user, right? This pop-up. So like that I guess we have to complete that delete operation as well. So let me build it and see in a action. So now it's running in a logged in user, so go to that guy, and now we have the delete button also. So once I click delete, now see perfectly there's a no error and all, but yeah, once I click no, there's a no harms, no delete, right? But once you delete, yes, it should be delete and go to that data, means data should be also clean, right? So like that actually the delete also is done. Now one last thing actually, that view, right? So once I click that view, so whatever the data and you want to showing for these blocks, we can show it, right? So let me quickly implement that also. That is the last section. And also yeah, one more thing actually, not that is the last section. So what I can do here, let me open this guy, uh, right? And then we have to implement that view contact, right? So this view contact actually nothing, we have to create another component where I can render all that informations, right? So first let me create a view contact uh, view contact method over here, which we can navigate. Like for example here, let me create that view contact which will navigate on this page using that id, right? So let me create over here another component inside this blog. So what would be the name? This could be a blog details and all, right? Click on that, go to the treasure component, let me call, and then add it over here. And in this blog details, what I can do, I have to just decorate first in a directory router, page route, right? So this is the page route, and then again this is the common things we have to trying to use over here, that is injecting service. So this is our service which will trying to use uh, our requirement, right? So this is done. Now here I'll just create one HTML which will returning, which will set it, okay, this is a details. But yeah, in this here we will just back button also will give it over here, like user if you want to click that back button, so go back to your uh, main page, right? So like that actually we have to set it, and further implementation also will set over here that is style we are actually render all the data. So for example, I just create over here one if blocks. We will check, okay, whatever edit model, right? I don't have an edit model over here, but yeah, we'll create as of now. So this edit model, if it is not null, it is null, so then there is a no blocks. If it is blocks there, so what I'm trying to do, whatever edit model as a data, we just populate as a design, whatever design you want. So I just create a simply card design. So that's actually just I populated with this default image. But yeah, that also image we can get it from this information, and we can bind it over here. That also I just show, I created actually my old session. So you can just check out my Blazor session where I just use curd operation with this instead of the delete operation, right? So that is done. Now start to implementation here. So let me create first like whatever models. So this is my models, right? So create a model over here, and then create a parameter which we are trying to get this parameter, right? So that also we have to set as a parameter. So this is also parameter. And then on initializing, we have to create a lifecycle hook of this component on initialize and get this block service and get the data and assign to this guy, right? So this is also done. And then last things actually we have to do over here, that is back button. So this back button go back to our this list, right? So this is done. This is actually also covered, right? And let me run it. So I'll show you like, okay, if it is all the functionalities covered, then we will move to that navigation menu and sub menu part, right? So let me add it over here. And now see, view also is there. So once I click the view, now see, view is there, but yeah, there is a some, as per our expectation, it is a very high. So what I can do, I can just edit some style for the managing over there. So right click on that and create another component on this folder. Go to here, create a new component and call it to that blog details, right? So this is a blog dot css, and that's it. So now see, I have to just create a razors css razor, and here I have to just adding that style. So what is my style? It is just managing our card and that images, that's it, right? So see, this is simple style. I just edit over this component and let me run. Now it's logged in successfully, and go to here, click that view, and then simply refresh, because just apply the style, right? Now see, it looks good. And also if I click that back button, go to that main page, right? So now all the implementation has been done, like edit, delete, view and add blocks, right? So now see here, also we have to do something actually. See all that there is a menu, but there is a no sub menu, because see we have to just group by, like, okay, one group like admin group can have see that whatever admin things they want to do, right? Suppose admin want to do like user list and add, or just user management things, like, so whatever user want to do, so they can do inside that user group. So that's why actually we have to just create it a menu, right? So let me implement that menu section now. That is the last things. So what I can do, go to that layout, right, and go to that nav menu, right? And here see, we have to doing something over here, but yeah, we have to do some implementation so that we can handle that menu and sub menu menu concept, like open and close concept, right? Like collapse and expand mechanism, that functionality. So quickly, first what I can do, I have to just create a few property over here and implementation in this code blocks. So let me create one property that is called like show menu, right? So and also I just add it as of now 3, but yeah, if you have that more menus, so you can just increase your property over here, that length actually you can just edit. And then one toggle function actually I have to just create it over here. Now see, I have to just create a one toggle function which will expecting actually index, right? And based on the index, what I'm trying to do, uh we trying to find the index, if it is just equal that index, whatever index they passing, so we are actually setting that show menu it's true, other ones all that show menu will be false, right? So that's why actually we have to create this toggle function. And actually I just create a great details video in my last session, so you can take it over here also, how you can set the menu and sub menu and all. So like that actually we can create. And over here, right, in this nab menu, we can just decorate over here. So where is that? Okay, so this is that admin menu, right? So these two things should be inside this admin. So see, this is to a link, right? So this is fine. This is our sub menu. So where is our main menu? So our main menu would be our nab menu. I just have to just create another nab menu item over here and just add it over here. Now see, this is our main menu, right? So our main menu would be our admin menu over here. And I just created toggle button, right? And then toggle button also just passing this, it is a one, means this section, actually this is section like, oh, for example at the rate if, and this section, this is a sub menu, right? So whatever sub menu with property we have to just create it, right? So if it is equal to 1, right, means whatever index which we are passing, so it is index 1, it is true, so this menu should be visible, either it should be false, right? So like that actually we have to shown our menu over here. And this is one setting. And go to down, where is that? Okay, so see, there's one setting, and inside that we actually decorate something else. So actually some style also we can edit over here. For example, we can sub menu decorate by, again is a nab class, right? So that also, let me close that guy. And this sub menu, also we have that, nab item, right? So let me decorate as a nab item again, or every nab menu. This is for that style perspective, so I'll just create it for that. And this is again for that another one also. Let me decorate this guy. So like that, let me formatting, right? So see, this is our main menu, it is admin menu, and inside this admin sub menu, this two menu, right? So like user list and that roles. So this is fine. Once I save, and let me see it's how it look like. Now see, we have only that, main menu, right? There is no sub menu. Why? Once I click, so that it will appearing, and once I click, so it is a toggle, right? So it is two-way actually working. So once I click and once I user list, so user list will be there, and also it will highlighted, and click that add role, also it will highlight it, right? So like that we have to implement for that blocks one also, right? So let me create that blocks menu as well. So close that and go down here, that after that authorized section, because this is only for, authorized admin, but that section I'm not adding any authorization section, because that is should be everyone can get access, right? Only the read access. So that's why I'll just created this guy. This is a simple, right? So what I'm trying to do again, see, this is another block menu, right? This is the main menu, and they have again the sub menu of that, blog list, right? And also I just create additionally like author list, post list and all. But yeah, as of now we don't have that component, but yeah, we can create it as a dummy component over here for that understanding perspective, right? So what, let me run first and see in actions first. Let me run. Now see, we have blog menu and admin menu, right? And also we can change it our, image, icons. But yeah, as of now we are good. So once I click that blog, now see, I'm able to see the blogs, and user can do anything of that blogs if it is logged in user. So if you want to edit, so in 13 update, it is updated. And also if you want to delete, so you want to delete. If I want to add, so menu and sub menu, menu and sub menu function, right? So sub menu and sub menu functions over here, just create it. So now this is created new. And also if you want to view, go back, everything it will be doing. And once I go to that admin, now see, it is collapsed, it is expanded, right? This is perfectly fine, there is no issue. So that's way actually we can create a real world example with .NET Core and using the .NET Core Web API and Blazor Web Applications, right? And I'll show you one more things, right? Once I logged out, so see, I'm logged out. So once I logged out, I'm able to see only this section, not that admin section, right? And once I click the blogs, so only when blogs can read without login, blogs can read. But yeah, once I click that edit, they are not authorized. Go back to your list, delete. There is a no delete function, right? And then once I view can visible because it is not authenticated. We are not actually we allow actually anonymous user to get it that details, right? So like that, actually you can just implement your own application, building your application, Blazor complete applications. So that's all for this session.